Chapter 349. David used his mind to control the shadow attendant to transfer the high-frequency sound wave talent, knowledge ball, into his body. As the high-frequency sound wave talent, knowledge ball, entered his body, the world in front of his eyes disappeared. David felt that he had become an iron-wing bat bug. This was an iron-wing bat bug that had just evolved from a larva. Of course, just like before, David couldn't control this iron-wing bat bug. The iron-wing bat bug was in a very dark environment without a trace of light. This iron-wing bat bug was constantly learning to use the speaker in its throat to emit special sound waves to its surroundings. The iron-wing bat bug's ears were sensing the sound waves' feedback and judging the surrounding environment. Although the genetic inheritance and the body structure of the iron-wing bat bug helped it to have the ability to see through sound waves, it still needed practice. In the beginning, the iron-wing bat bug could only judge the general environment around it. Slowly, it could judge what the sound wave feedback was and what kind of characteristics it had. After a period of practice, finally, when the iron-wing bat bug used sound waves, it received feedback through its ears and automatically created a scene in its brain that was similar to what it saw with its eyes. During this period of time, the iron-wing bat bug had also grown. It had become an elite iron-wing bat bug and had the ability to attack with sound waves. When it went out to fight, sound wave attacks became the first weapon to be used. As it was used, the power of the sound wave attacks became stronger and stronger. Perhaps because this iron-wing bat bug had mutated, the sound wave attack ability had changed. The iron-wing bat bug could lock onto its target through its mind and then shoot out a high-frequency sound wave. This distance was getting bigger and bigger, and in the process, the iron-wing bat bug had also become a king. David slowly opened his eyes. In his attribute panel, there was an additional ability, high-frequency sound wave talent. He tried to use the high-frequency sound wave talent. It seemed that because of this talent, he felt that his control over his own voice had increased by many times. Of course, this increase was mainly in the high pitch. He tried to open his mouth, and then a sharp sound came out of his mouth. The longer he spoke, the more silent it became. In fact, this wasn't true silence. It was just that the frequency of the sound exceeded the hearing ability of the human ears, creating the illusion of silence. David's vocal system wasn't strengthened after he acquired the high-frequency sonic wave talent, but his body had been strengthened over a long period of time. Overall, he was stronger than a normal person. It was the same for the voice system. However, almost none of the Kajis had practiced controlling their own voices. David, on the other hand, had been able to control the high pitch to the limit of his throat after obtaining the high-frequency sonic wave talent. Under such circumstances, David made a silent, high-frequency sound. David was very clear that the high-frequency sound he emitted was many times different from the high-frequency sound emitted by the iron-wing bat bug king. Because of this, David's high-frequency sound wave talent had very limited lethality. Or rather, it didn't have any lethality at all. At most, it could only cause the enemy to fall into a momentary trance when they were unaware. David shook his head in disappointment. This ability was far from what he had imagined. Thinking back to the iron-wing bat bug king, it could use the high-frequency sonic wave to kill the enemy from thousands of meters away. Compared to that, David's high-frequency sonic wave talent was less than 1,000th of its actual power. David tried it out. His high-frequency sonic wave range was only about 100 meters. It could be considered as a compromise for his current attacking methods. After staying in the dormitory for an hour, David put on his custom-made exoskeleton armor and left the base with 2 weapons on his back. This time, he didn't go far. Instead, he found a location 100 kilometers away from the base. There were 2 groups of Kajis fighting against level 1 Zergs. This was also the process that most of the students would go through. After a long period of practice, the knowledge of cooperation on paper would be integrated into the battle. Compared to the Kajis who didn't graduate from a specialized academy, the Kajis who came from an academy would be able to cooperate more perfectly. Their combat strength will be better displayed. The students would obtain the corpses of level 1 Zergs from battle after battle. They would sell the corpses to exchange for points and use the points to strengthen themselves. This was a process of continuous growth. This was also the reason why the Academy chose this place as their base. David was one of the most special ones ever since he came to the Academy. He skipped this process and could directly enter the area 200 kilometers away to kill stronger level 2 Zergs and obtain more points. For a normal student to do this, they would need to be at least in their 4th year to be able to kill level 2 Zergs with the cooperation of multiple Kaji's teams. David didn't disturb the 2 groups of Kajis who were fighting. One of the Kaji's team recognized David. "It's David!" One of the Kajis shouted in surprise. "Call him Master David," another Kaji's reminded. The 2 Kajis were distracted, causing problems in the coordination of the teams. The level 1 Zergs instinctively seized the opportunity to block an attack and attacked one of the Kajis who was speaking. "Be careful," the team leader shouted. However, things happened too quickly. The level 1 Zerg's front claws were about to hit the Kaji's head. This Kaji's exoskeleton armor was only a normal exoskeleton armor. It couldn't completely block the full force attack of a level 1 Zerg, especially when the level 1 Zerg's attack was aimed at a vital part of the Kaji's body. If this attack was successful, the consequences would be severe injuries or death for the Kaji. At this critical moment, the level 1 Zerg's body paused. The sharp claws stopped 10 centimeters away from the Kaji's head. Taking advantage of this time, the Kaji's large shield slammed into the level 1 Zerg and knocked it away. The Kaji's face was pale. He was on the brink of death and was scared out of his wits. "Don't be distracted again. Otherwise, not only will you kill yourself, you will also kill us," the team leader reprimanded loudly. They didn't understand why the level 1 Zerg would stop. They thought it was just a coincidence. However, David, who was standing 100 meters away, was very clear. He had just used his high-frequency sound wave talent to attack the level 1 Zerg. The effect was pretty good. His face was covered by the helmet, so other people couldn't see the movement of his mouth. In addition, the high-frequency sound wave couldn't be heard by the human ear. Therefore, although the attack wasn't strong, it was very hidden. "Master David, where are you? If you have time, please contact me." David, who was standing there, felt a new message from his bracelet. He checked his helmet and found out that it was from David. From the way David addressed David, it could be seen that David was now very famous in the Academy base. Everyone knew that he was a weapon master. "David, what's the matter?" David activated the communication and asked, "Master David, the Cyclops giant beetle specimen will be auctioned tonight. If you participate in the auction, it might increase the value of the Cyclops giant beetle specimen." David replied. He actually wanted to invite David to participate in the auction. Now that David's reputation was rising in the base, David's participation in the weekly auction could attract more people. At the same time, as Kaji, who participated in the killing of the Cyclops giant beetle, David's participation would highlight the story of the Cyclops giant beetle specimen. As long as an item had a story, its value would increase greatly. Not to mention, this was a Cyclops giant beetle specimen. A complete level 3 Zerg carcass was very rare. "David, help me get a seat. I'll be there tonight." David immediately agreed when he heard that it could increase the value of the Cyclops giant beetle specimen. "Okay, I'll arrange a good seat for you," David laughed and said. David then moved his hand and took out a level 2 heavy axe from his back. He then turned around and slashed. 2 level 1 Zergs were decapitated. "If there's nothing else, that's all for now. I'm still in the wild," David said as he shook off the blood on the level 2 heavy axe. "You do what you need to do. See you tonight," David quickly said when he heard that David was in the wild. He also knew the consequences of being distracted for a long time. David disconnected the communication and flew into the air. He did not even look at the 2 level 1 Zergs that were killed. Seeing David's figure disappear into the air, the 2 Kaji team leaders looked at each other. "One for each team," one team leader suggested. The other team leader nodded in agreement. The level 1 Zerg carcass that was useless to David was an unexpected gain for the Kaji team. After leaving the safe zone of the base, David searched for a long time in a 300-kilometer radius before he found a level 2 golden pincers beetle. In order to find this level 2 golden pincers beetle, David spent a few times more time than usual. He had wasted at least 2 hours. He did not know that 5 Transcendent had appeared in the vicinity of the base. One of them was the Transcendent Lek, who had an especially terrifying aura. Furthermore, 6 destroyers had arrived at the area last night. All of these had caused some of the smarter Level 2 Zergs to stay away from the base. Only a small number of Level 2 Zergs that were more stupid and Level 1 Zergs that did not have a strong sense of danger were not affected. That was why when David returned to the Academy base today, he only had one golden pincer's beetle carcass on his shoulder. There was nothing else. However, due to the huge harvest yesterday, David was not too disappointed with the decrease in harvest this time. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The Academy base was filled with students. This was the time when all the students were resting. In the trading area of the base, the deli auction house was still open for business. The old customers all knew that today was the day of the weekly auction. Some of the invited students and customers entered the deli auction house at this time. David was wearing a formal suit. He did not bring any equipment with him. The customized exoskeleton armor and weapons were all stored in his portal ring. He could use the shadow attendant to take them out at any time. Master David. David stood outside the deli auction house. He immediately greeted David as soon as he saw him. David, you look refreshed. These 2 days must have been good. David also saw David and joked with him. David was also wearing a formal suit. His complexion was very different from the first time David saw him. He now had the aura of a successful person. Recently, through his cooperation with David, David had obtained a lot of Level 2 insectoid corpses every day, especially after David became famous as David's designated seller. David's business was very different. I should thank you. It's all thanks to your help, David said with a smile. For someone like him to say something like that, it must be what he was thinking. David showed his invitation and entered the deli auction house with David. The auction house was very big. However, David was curious about the layout of the place. Although the decoration of the auction house was very luxurious, there were also many devices. David recognized them as virtual reality projectors. Master David, only a small number of people are participating in the auction at the base. The rest of the participants are at the headquarters of the deli auction house, located in Chia City on Lunka Planet. David saw David's confusion and explained with a smile. David could not help but be amazed by the means of the deli auction house. One had to know that to achieve this requirement, interstellar communication was required. The cost of transmitting video data in such a big auction house was not small. Master David, what a coincidence! This was Cotton, who David had met when he first arrived. Their group was here. Today, Cotton was not as casual as before. He only had a sense of restraint. He was not the only one like this. The 5 companions beside him were the same. These days, Cotton and the others have been listening to the legends of David. His identity as a sniper master made them have to be careful when interacting with David. Cotton, I didn't expect you to come to the auction, too. David smiled and greeted when he saw an acquaintance. We have an item to auction, so everyone is here to take a look, Cotton said with a smile. Seeing that David's attitude was the same as before, Cotton was relieved. At this time, more and more people entered the auction house. Cotton and the others returned to their seats. Then, David saw Green and Barbara, Manager Jonah from Noto Equipment, and Manager Carey from Delon Trading Company. Master Leo walked into the hall and saw David at a glance. He walked over and said in surprise, David, you rarely participate in these kinds of events. Why are you here today? I have no choice. You know I need points. There is a specimen of the Cyclops beetle in the auction, David said with his hands spread out. I know you just got a lot of points. Master Leo said a little vaguely because the Krypton crystal mine had not been made public yet. However, David understood. I'm still a long way from getting the heavy axe technique, David said helplessly as he shook his head. With your speed, you can accumulate enough points this year at most, Master Leo said with a smile. Sitting on David's left was David, and on his right was the owner of a medium-sized shop. When he saw Master Leo talking to David, he quickly stood up and gave up his seat. Chapter 350. At 7:30, The lights in the auction hall changed, and the space in the auction hall suddenly expanded to more than 5 times its current size. The extra space was filled with people in luxurious clothes, and around the auction hall, private rooms on the second floor appeared. David knew that these were the images of the Delhi auction house headquarters in Kia City. Through virtual reality projection, the two auction houses that were separated by a few star fields were merged into one. Dear distinguished guests, good evening. I am the auctioneer for this auction barrel. On the auction stage in front, an enchanting blonde beauty walked up. She looked at everyone present with a pair of crystal-clear eyes and said with a smile. Even though he knew that this was a virtual reality projection from Kia City, David's sensitive hearing could still hear some sighs in the hall. These were sighs of admiration for the beauty of the auctioneer barrel. Don't underestimate this woman. She is the ace auctioneer of the Delhi auction house. With her in the auction, the value of the auction will increase a little. David whispered to David. David nodded. For such a beautiful woman to come to the auction, not to mention to gain the favor of the beautiful woman, but to gain some face in front of the beautiful woman, some people would be more impulsive than usual. The first auction item is from the First College of Iridia Base. This is 1 kilogram of ghost face spider silk. The starting price is 8 million credits. Auctioneer Beryl said with a smile as she waved her hand in front of her, and a ball of white silk appeared in front of her. Why are they using credits to auction? David frowned and asked David. He was not very interested in credits. After discovering the kryptonite mine, he did not have to worry about credits anymore. This is just a weekly auction. The items before this are all more ordinary items. David explained to David. David, the items auctioned in this auction are mostly items with special value. Some are especially rare, and some have special effects. Unless the auctioneer specifies, these items are normally settled with credits. Master Leo said, the following auction items were mostly the same. There were items from the base, and there were also items from Kia City. The auction items at the base were mainly items related to the insectoids. As their research deepened, many insectoid body parts could have special effects. Of course, there were also arachnid-related items that were purely ornamental. For example, the silk of the ghost face spider was a top-grade material. The auction items in Kia City were more complicated. There were equipment, weapons, medicine, and so on, almost all of which were related to combat. This auction was specially prepared for the base. These items were also auctioned off by the base. After the auction, the Delhi auction house would send the corresponding items from the Iridia star field to the base via a transport ship. Similarly, the items auctioned off by Kia City would also be sent to Kia City via a transport ship. The Delhi auction house was equivalent to building a channel that connected the two faraway places together, allowing the base to use the fastest method to directly exchange some valuable items for credits or other things. David looked at the auction in boredom. None of the items had moved him. He was already regretting coming to the auction. It was a waste of his time. The next auction item has a legendary story. The person involved in the story is in the auction. He is Master David, a powerful sniper master who killed a rank 3 insectoid with his own hands. Beryl raised her voice and said. Then, a beam of light shone on David, making David particularly eye-catching. David did not expect the Delhi auction house to introduce him in such a way. This was basically completely erasing the contributions of the 3 Transcendent. Although with his relationship with the 3 Transcendent, there would not be any trouble, the Delhi auction house's actions would definitely bring him trouble. Under the light, David looked at Beryl. A figure with a terrifying spiritual pressure appeared in the auction hall of the Delhi auction house headquarters in Kia City through a virtual projection technology. Beryl felt a chill all over her body. Her face was filled with fear. It was hard to imagine that a virtual projection could give her such a feeling. What would it be like if the real person was there? She regretted coming up with such an introduction. Exaggerating the facts had always been a common tactic used by auction houses. The more exaggerated it was, the more it would arouse people's curiosity. With controversy, the value of the item would naturally increase. Great! David retracted his gaze and looked up at the spotlights above his head. The spotlights that were close to 10 meters away went out with his words. His figure returned to darkness once again. David had just activated his high-frequency sound wave talent. Dealing with the spotlights that were 10 meters away was a piece of cake. David sat down. He originally thought that by destroying the promotion of the deli auction house, the next auction item, the specimen of the Cyclops beetle, would not be valued. But who knew that after he sat down, there would be enthusiastic applause from all around. This applause was not only from the audience, but also from the auction hall of Kia City. What kind of people were admired the most in the Interstellar Federation? It was not their wealth or their rank, but their strength. Every citizen of the Interstellar Federation had an important choice when they were young, and that was whether to become a Kaji. Almost every citizen wanted to become a Kaji. Although it required talent to become a Kaji, it was because of this childhood dream and the Federation's strong promotion that the strong became the most respected people in the Interstellar Federation. David's performance just now was the image of a strong person in everyone's mind. With a single glance, he had scared auctioneer Beryl so much that her beautiful face turned pale. Then, with a casual shout, he had extinguished the spotlight. His every move was filled with the aura of a powerhouse. From the beginning to the end, David did not say much, but he showed his dissatisfaction with the auction house. Because he did not say much, the people participating in the auction felt that he was even more mysterious. A young sniper master, a strong person who had participated in the killing of at least a level 3 Zerg, and a super genius of the First College of Iridia. This was how everyone felt about David. "I'm sorry, Master David." Auctioneer Beryl came back to her senses. She had a lot of experience in dealing with special situations. She smiled and apologized to David. The next auction item is the specimen of the Cyclops beetle. It was killed by Master David and 3 Transcendent members. Only the eye is missing. The rest of the parts have been made into specimens. At the same time, the craftsman used a gem that is very similar to the original eye to replace the eye. This is a rare auction item. If it were not for Master David's request, this item would have been in the season or even the annual auction. Auctioneer Beryl understood David's personality. She told him the truth and introduced the auction item at the same time. Many people in the virtual projection focused. What was a level 3 Zerg? It was an existence that was on par with, or even stronger than the Transcendent members. A level 3 Zerg specimen was a way for many people to show off their glory. Even if they did not kill it themselves, as long as they kept the specimen at home, it symbolized their bravery. Of course, a level 3 Zerg specimen had a special function, and that was to test children with strong mental strength. As long as the child did not break down in front of a level 3 Zerg specimen, it meant that the child had a certain level of mental talent. Similarly, if the child could stay with a level 3 Zerg specimen for a long time, the child's endurance and mental resistance would increase, and the possibility of becoming a genius would be higher. For families who wanted to raise a strong next generation, a level 3 Zerg specimen was very important. Moreover, a level 3 Zerg specimen made right after death would slowly decline in the subsequent 50 years. In the end, it would become a purely ornamental item. Therefore, the newly killed specimen of the Cyclops beetle was even more precious. This specimen of the Cyclops beetle is a level 3 item. The seller does not accept credit points or other items for transactions. He only accepts transcendent crystals. Auctioneer Beryl continued. This did not raise any suspicions. Almost no one would price a level 3 item using credit points. The transactions between level 3 items would usually only appear at transcendent gatherings. The starting price is 1 transcendent crystal. The auction starts now. Auctioneer Beryl said in a deep voice, "What's the exchange rate between transcendent crystals and points?" David asked when he heard that the starting price was only 1 transcendent crystal. The exchange rate between transcendent crystals and points is 1 to 1,000. The First College of Iridia's points value is very standard. Most of the other colleges are the same. Only a few colleges have some changes in their points, but it's generally the same ratio. 1 transcendent crystals. Someone in the virtual projection said. 1. 2 transcendent crystals. Someone else went over the top. The value of the transcendent crystals kept increasing. It was obvious that there were many people interested in the specimen of the Cyclops beetle. This was because David only accepted transcendent crystals, so some of the auctioneers were unable to bid. Transcendent crystals were the most high-end currency. Only a few large factions with legacies would have them. These factions now, or in the past, had transcendent crystals. The transcendent had obtained these transcendent crystals themselves, or through other means. In the end, these became the basis for these factions to exchange for level 3 items. A middle-aged man smiled and bowed to David, then raised his hand and said, "I represent the Interstellar Flyboy Company to bid 2 transcendent crystals." It seemed that this person recognized David. Through this method, he achieved his goal and also brought the relationship between the Interstellar Flyboy Company and David closer. David was a little surprised. The Interstellar Flyboy Company had also come to participate in the auction. They had even increased the price of transcendent crystals to 2 transcendent crystals. The Menlo Financial Group bids 1 transcendent crystals. Another person greeted David with a smile and raised his hand. The Menlo Financial Group was the property of David's classmate, Mike's family. They were using this relationship to express goodwill to David through the auction. The Interstellar Flyboy Company has increased the price to 3 transcendent crystals. The middle-aged man said loudly, "Aren't the Interstellar Flyboy Company afraid of losing money by increasing the price like this?" There are already people discussing softly below. In fact, every level 3 item had a general value. Unless there were some special circumstances, the value of a level 3 item would not fluctuate by more than 20%. This 20% was the difference between a weekly auction and an annual auction. This Cyclops giant beetle specimen was only worth 2 transcendent crystals. When the Menlo Financial Group bid 1 transcendent crystals to signal to David, they were actually expressing their goodwill. 3 transcendent crystals were worth 3,000 points. Theoretically, 3,000 points could be exchanged for 30 level 2 Zerg corpses. Regardless of whether this exchange was accurate or not, other than organizations that could set up bases in the war zone, it would be very difficult for other forces to obtain 30 complete level 2 Zerg corpses. Business was business. After the Interstellar Flyboy Company bid 3 transcendent crystals, no one else made a sound. A premium of 50%. This kind of bid did not seem like something a commercial organization like the Interstellar Flyboy Company would do. 3 transcendent crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Auctioneer Beryl's eyes were filled with excitement. She did not even put in much effort, but the price was already so high. No one answered below. There were only whispers. They were all discussing the Interstellar Flyboy Company's bid. In the end, the Interstellar Flyboy Company obtained this Cyclops giant beetle specimen. After Auctioneer Beryl asked several times in a row, she was convinced that this was the final result. She finally said, "Master David, Melvin Transcendent asked me to say hello to you." The middle-aged man said to David with a smile. After learning that there was a specimen of the Cyclops beetle that David entrusted to auction in this auction, the middle-aged man received a message from Transcendent Melvin, asking him to raise the price of the auction item and bid for it at a premium. No one knew how terrible David was. Many people speculated about the destruction of the 3 large mercenary corps, but only Melvin Transcendent knew what happened. After learning that David had the ability of a sniper master, Melvin Transcendent paid more attention to David. That was why they expressed goodwill this time and deepened the already good relationship. "You also thank Melvin Transcendent on my behalf," David said with a smile. The level 3 items that were auctioned after that were some small amounts of level 3 materials. David just looked at them and did not pay special attention to them. The weekly auction was the weekly auction. Some of the items were only the Cyclops giant beetle specimen, and the rest were common level 3 items. At the end of the auction, David did not leave immediately. He needed to pay the auction fee to the Delhi auction house and recover the 3 transcendent crystals. "Master David, I'm very sorry. I meant to increase the attention of the auction item for you. I didn't think of anything else." Auctioneer Beryl, who was in contact with David, was projected. Although she apologized to David during the auction, she still explained, "It's okay. I'm here to pay the fee." David could see auctioneer Barrel's sincerity. He got a lot of points through the auction, so he would not care about auctioneer Barrel's mistake. "Miss Evelyn has waived the fee for you. Do you want to accept the transcendent crystals or exchange them for points?" Auctioneer Barrel saw that David did not pursue the matter and said with a smile. David couldn't help but shake his head. The backgrounds of his classmates were really not small. David knew about Mike's Menlo Consortium, but it was the first time he knew that Delhi Auction House was behind Evelyn. Chapter 351. In the morning, a classroom in the First College of Iridia had just ended. The students left the classroom in small groups. Among these students, a group of 3 guys and 2 girls was very special. The other students tried to keep a distance from them, not out of disgust, but out of respect for the strong. There's news from a base. David auctioned off the corpse of the first level 3 insectoid he killed. Evelyn's voice had a hint of surprise. As a genius that her family focused on nurturing, her family would share some information with Evelyn every day when she went home. Evelyn also saw yesterday's news. In reality, she didn't know that David had an item for auction before last night's auction. She also didn't ask for David to waive the service fee. This was all done for her by her family. However, after doing this, she would be informed. Her family was also building relationships for her. What Evelyn didn't expect the most was that David had actually killed a level 3 insectoid right after he went to the base. Although it was a level 3 insectoid killed with the 3 transcendent members, as long as David received a complete Cyclops beetle corpse, it was obvious that David wasn't useless. The transcendent wouldn't give away a level 3 insectoid corpse for no reason. Every level 3 insectoid corpse was worth a lot. It wasn't something that could be priced with credits. I also heard about yesterday's auction. Unfortunately, I was in the college and couldn't participate. Mike said with envy. If Mike had some thoughts about whether David would steal his position in the Kaji team in the future, he had already thrown those thoughts to the back of his mind. Even the Transcendent wanted to go on missions with David, a sniper master like David who already had combat power. Their Kaji team in the college was nothing. My father said that the war zone is applying for a gold star badge for David. The military rarely rejects applications from the war zone. Fitch looked around and said softly, "Heaven's a gold star insignia. When David graduates and enters the army, he will be promoted to the rank of captain." Miles exclaimed, "Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get me into trouble for something that hasn't been announced yet?" Fitch glared at Miller. I know. Miles quickly covered his mouth as he spoke. The others were also very surprised. Everyone knew that military merits were very hard to come by, especially military merits like the Gold Star emblem. Very few people in the military were able to obtain this honor every year, let alone a student like David. They also knew that this couldn't be fake. Fei Chi's father held a high position in the military, and many of his family members also held positions in the military. They were a military family. "Fitch, do you know what David did to obtain the Gold Star badge?" Mike asked curiously. "I don't know. Father isn't too sure either. He only heard that David made an outstanding strategic contribution, which was why he was nominated for the Gold Star badge." Fitch shook his head and said, "How much longer do we have to study here before we can meet up with David?" Louise unhappily kicked the ground beneath her feet as she complained. She was the big shield Kaji, so her chances of obtaining military merits were very low. If she went to the base early and worked together with David, then her chances of obtaining military merits and points would greatly increase. It's still early. Everyone go back and revise well. Try your best to complete the cultural knowledge exam in 3 months. Our combat ability shouldn't be a problem for us. Mike looked at Louise, then looked at the others and said in a low voice, "Do you guys think we can catch up to David?" Miles asked softly. "Probably. Even if everyone present were the top geniuses of this year, they still didn't have the confidence to answer this question." While they were chatting, David was currently 400 kilometers away from the Academy base, carefully observing the situation. Due to the sudden decrease in the number of Rank 2 insectoids, David could no longer easily encounter rank 2 insectoids whenever he went out like before. Fortunately, he saw a mission brief in the mission system. It was an open mission. A group of stone-skin worms has appeared in a pile of rocks 405 kilometers southwest of the Academy base. You don't have to accept this mission. Just exchange the corpses of the stone-skin worms for points. Each corpse can be exchanged for 120 points. This mission had actually been posted many days ago. At that time, many of the upperclassmen Kaji's groups from the Academy had gone to complete this mission. After a few days of fighting, the number of stone-skin worms had not decreased. Instead, it had increased from 40 to 80. In the past few days, Kaji's group had already handed in 20 stone-skin worm corpses to the Academy. Following that, the Academy had increased the purchase price of the stone-skin worms from 100 points to 120 points. Originally, the stone-skin worms were rank 2 insectoids with high defense, weak attack, and average speed. They were the rank 2 insectoids that the students liked the most. However, due to the increase in their numbers, Kaji's group no longer dared to hunt them. Even if the points increased, it was the same. When David saw this mission, he was very satisfied. A large number of stone-skin worms had appeared. Although there was nothing special about the stone-skin worms' corpses, 120 points for one. As long as there were enough of them, the daily harvest would be more. The shadow attendant observed the pile of rocks in the air. The environment of this area was very messy. Rocks that were about 5 meters tall were irregularly piled up in an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. This made this area the best hiding spot for the insectoids. This was also the reason why the upperclassmen did not dare to hunt the stone-skin worms when there were so many of them. Amidst the rubble, it was impossible to find the stone-skinned worms nearby. Once they were surrounded by the stone-skinned worms, with the strength of the student soldiers, it would be troublesome for them to even escape, let alone kill the stone-skinned worms. After a few groups encountered danger here, Kaji's group could no longer be seen. The situation here was that Kaji's group was not easy to deal with. It was not worth the Transcendent's attention, and it was not high enough for the military to deal with. If the number of stone-skin worms continued to increase, the military would appear. There were indeed a lot of stone-skin worms here. The shadow attendant soon found a stone-skin worm. The stone-skin worm's body was very similar to the color of the rocks. When it was not moving, it was almost one with the rocks. It did not have any limbs, so it moved by twisting its body. This made it lack the spikes of other rank 2 insectoids. Its attack power was reduced, and at the same time, the harvest of killing it was also reduced. This rank 2 insectoid was sold to the Academy. Very few shops would be willing to buy it for 100 points. The shadow attendant moved in the air and observed the pile of rocks below from different angles. About 100 meters away from the first stone-skin worm, it saw another stone-skin worm. Then the shadow attendant saw the third and fourth stone-skin worms. Since the shadow attendant could not fly further, it could not see more, but based on the observations, David could make some judgments. The positions of the 4 stone-skinned worms were marked on the map. Although there was a small difference, the 4 stone-skinned worms were about 100 meters apart from each other on the map. Instead of saying that these stone-skin worms were moving around the pile of rocks, it was more like they were guarding it. There was one stone-skin worm every 100 meters. As long as one stone-skin worm noticed something, the 100-meter distance was enough for the slower stone-skin worm to rush over to help. David's curiosity was piqued. He didn't know why the stone-skin worms were gathered here, and what were they guarding. This time, David did not use his custom-made sniper rifle. The environment here was not suitable for sniping. When he walked into the pile of rocks, the shadow attendant flew back and passed by his right hand. A rank 3 heavy axe appeared in his right hand. The shadow attendant flew above David again and circled in the air to make sure that David would not be surrounded by the stone-skin worms. His footsteps landed softly. He was getting more and more familiar with the silent sneak. David used one of the stone-skin worms as his target and kept moving closer. When he was 100 meters away from the stone-skin worm, David suddenly felt as if he was being watched. It was as if some creature was watching him. At the same time, the shadow servant in the sky saw the stone-skinned worm 100 meters away. It tensed up and got into a battle stance. The stone-skin worm can sense the creatures within 100 meters. David immediately thought of something, but he did not believe it. According to the knowledge he learned in the academy, the stone-skin worm did not have this ability. However, it really appeared in front of him. When he was about 100 meters away, David sensed the stone-skin worm with his sharp spirit. Then, the stone-skin worm reacted to the attack. All this proved that the stone-skin worm did have this ability. The shadow attendant saw the stone-skin worm open its mouth and was about to make a sound. How could David let it do as it wished? He sent out a high-frequency sound wave. The stone-skin worm was about to sound the alarm, but it was hit by the high-frequency sound wave. Its body froze. David rushed over in a flash. With the extreme speed and the short wings on the back of the exoskeleton armor, the distance of 100 meters was covered in a breath. When he appeared in front of the stone-skin worm had just recovered from the high-frequency sound wave. The stone-skin worm bit towards David. It was very confident in its defense. Of course, it did not have any limbs, so it could not defend itself even if it wanted to. However, David was holding a level 3 heavy axe, which was not something the stone-skin worm could defend against. David moved sideways and swung the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. The stone-skin worm's neck was cut open, leaving only a small piece of skin attached. This was to ensure the integrity of the body. If it was cut in half, it would not be easy to take it away. David was able to think about this in the battle. One could imagine how relaxed he was during the battle. David took out a bottle and poured the liquid on the stone-skin worm's neck. Soon, the green blood began to coagulate, and the smell of blood faded a lot. This bottle of potion was the blood coagulation potion. It was a very cheap but very practical potion. It could make blood coagulate quickly and reduce the contamination of equipment. The stone-skin worm's blood was better, but some insects' blood was corrosive. The blood coagulation potion was even more effective. After doing all this, David suddenly frowned. He saw the stone-skin worms around him were acting strangely and moving towards him. Was I discovered? He felt strange. Thinking back to the battle just now, he did not give the stone-skin worm any chance to sound the alarm. How did he get discovered? David also noticed that it was not only the stone-skin worms that the shadow attendant saw, but also many stone-skin worms were quickly moving towards him from the depths of the rubble. Since he was surrounded by boulders, David would not fight the stone-skinned worms here. He grabbed the stone-skinned worm's body and leaped into the air with a tap of his feet. Just as David flew up into the sky, many of the stone-skinned worms noticed him as well. The nearest stone-skin worms used their tails to roll up head-sized rocks on the ground and threw them towards David in the air. David did not expect the stone-skin worms to attack like this, so he quickly dodged and flew higher. The strength of these rocks was terrifying. Just the sound of the air being compressed was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Luckily, David was at the edge of the rubble. As long as he flew out of the rubble, he could escape the stone-skin worm's attack. After escaping for a few kilometers, David landed on the ground. He looked at the pile of rocks in the distance and analyzed the problem of how he was discovered. It's the high-frequency sound wave. Thinking back to what happened just now, the only possibility was the high-frequency sound wave. David just realized that he was facing the insects. The insects' hearing was completely different from humans. Humans could not hear the high-frequency sound wave, but to the insects, it was most likely a loud scream. When David recalled how he had shouted in the midst of the stone-skinned worms in the rubble just now, he could not help but smile helplessly. It seemed like the high-frequency sound wave could not be used as a normal combat skill. Luckily, he was facing the stone-skin worms. The stone-skin worms were not fast, so he still had a chance to escape. If he were to use the high-frequency sound wave while fighting against the fast Zergs, he would probably attract all the Zergs in the entire region. What a useless ability. David was very disappointed with the high-frequency sound wave talent. It was fine if it did not have a strong attack, but now it did not even have a good hidden attack feature. From now on, he would not be able to use high-frequency sonic wave in the wild of the theater of operations. Who knew how far could such an extreme, high-frequency sonic wave travel? He could not just run away every time he used high-frequency sonic wave. Chapter 352. After tidying up recently, David put some of the food that was easy to store in the dormitory and emptied some of the space in the portal item. So when he was ready to return to the pile of rocks again, he asked the shadow attendant to put the bodies of the stone-skinned worms into the portal item. The shadow attendant flew 40 meters in the air and looked down at the pile of rocks. After what happened just now, the number of stone-skinned worms in the area near David had increased by several times. David took out the camouflage cloth and covered himself with it. He concealed his presence and spirit and approached the pile of rocks. This time, his target was the two stone-skinned worms closest to him. They were only 5 meters away from each other and 30 meters from the edge of the pile of rocks. When David was 100 meters away from the two stone-skinned worms, he was ready to speed up and kill them. However, when he was within 100 meters, the two stone-skinned worms didn't notice him. David's eyes narrowed. The stone-skinned worm's sensing range was 100 meters. He had just confirmed this, but the situation now was different from before. He looked at his feet. There was mud under his feet, which made him speculate. The stone-skinned worms probably used the rocks to increase their sensing range. Of course, this wasn't confirmed yet. When he came to the pile of rocks, and a little further forward, he would be in the area of rocks. David activated his extreme speed and the short wings on his back, ready to attack at any time. As expected, when David stepped on the pile of rocks, the two stone-skinned worms looked at David's direction at the same time. In fact, the two stone-skinned worms and David were blocked by a few huge rocks, so they couldn't see David with their eyes. The two stone-skinned worms opened their mouths and made strange noises towards the sky. David didn't stop them from making the alarm. Instead, he moved between the rocks at an extremely fast speed and approached the two stone-skinned worms. The bodies of the two stone-skinned worms quickly approached each other and intertwined with each other, turning into a two-headed stone-skinned worm. Four eyes looked at the approaching David. Their eyes were filled with the desire for blood. Their open teeth were their main attack weapon. The white teeth were glowing with a faint blue light. This was the only valuable material in the stone-skinned worm's body other than the level 2 strengthened meat. Perhaps in the understanding of the stone-skinned worm, a thicker body and more heads meant a stronger defense and a stronger attack. However, all of this was as useless as a thin piece of paper in front of a grade 3 heavy axe. David's level 3 heavy axe in his hand. A green arc of light appeared in the air, and the two stone-skinned worms' heads were cut open by 80% at the same time. This time, David didn't leave through the air. Instead, he threw the level 3 heavy axe to the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant put it away. David then rushed out of the rocks with one stone-skinned worm in each hand. The other stone-skinned worms heard the noise, but they couldn't keep up with David's speed. When a group of stone-skinned worms rushed over, David had already left the rocks. On the way back, the shadow attendant also released the body of the other stone-skinned worm and let David carry it. Master David. When he entered the base gate, many students greeted David. At the same time, they looked at the spoils of war on David's back with envious eyes. Luckily, David was wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor and carrying 3 stone-skinned worms' bodies, so he didn't need to do anything. He didn't go to the trading point. Instead, he went to the mission reception. Master David, I'm here to serve you. In the mission reception area, a staff member with a staff badge on his chest ran over and said respectfully, I'm here to turn in the mission, David said as he threw the 3 stone-skinned worms' bodies on the ground. You came at the right time. The Academy just changed the reward for the stone-skinned worms' mission. The reward for each stone-skinned worm's body has been increased to 150 points. The staff member said with a smile. David was stunned. What a coincidence. He checked the mission system and saw that the stone-skinned worms' bodies had been increased from 120 points to 150 points. The staff member took out a device and scanned the stone-skinned worms' bodies. Then, 3 robots appeared and dragged the 3 stone-skinned worms' bodies inside. Master David, the 3 stone-skinned worms are very complete. The total reward for the mission is 450 points. Please check. The staff member operated the photon computer and said to David. David also received a notification. He had completed the mission of killing stone-skinned worms 3 times and received 450 points. Master David, you are amazing. Ever since the stone-skinned worms' bodies were increased to 120 points, no one has been able to turn in the mission anymore. Because of this, the Academy has increased the reward for the stone-skinned worms' bodies. The staff member finished his work and praised David. David couldn't stand the staff member's gaze. He nodded politely and left. He knew very well why no one wanted to kill the stone-skinned worms. With the density of the stone-skinned worms and their strange sensing ability, it was very difficult to kill them in the rubble. Unless one could kill a stone-skinned worm like David and leave the battlefield quickly, one would have to face a large number of stone-skinned worms. David was very satisfied with the mission of killing stone-skinned worms. 150 points for each stone-skinned worm. This was almost the same as the level 2 worms he sold. However, those level 2 worms were not easy to find. They were not like the stone-skinned worms that appeared in groups. David did not stay in the base for long. After he walked out of the gate, he directly flew towards the rubble. For the next few days, the rubble became David's hunting ground. He killed stone-skinned worms one after another. David didn't want to fight at all. Every time he killed a stone-skinned worm, he would immediately leave. Although every worm would send out an alarm, he never let the stone-skinned worms surround him. David once again walked into the mission reception area with 2 stone-skinned worms. It was still the same staff member. Master David, I am very sorry. The stone-skinned worm's body has been reduced to 100 points each. The staff member said carefully. Let's do it according to the Academy's rules. Although David was a little unhappy, he did not have any other thoughts. He had killed more than 30 stone-skinned worms in the past few days and obtained 5,000 points. Of course, the Academy would not allow David to earn points without limit. Although only David could use this method, David now had more than 28,000 points. The Academy had rewarded him with 15,000 points. He had accumulated 5,000 points before, 3,000 points from the auction, and 5,000 points from the past few days. He had already completed half of the 50,000 points he needed. Unfortunately, if the Academy had reduced the stone-skinned worm's price a few days later, he would have been able to exchange for the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. Master David, I heard that it was the student council that proposed to reduce the stone-skinned worm's price. President Canning of the student council came to the base yesterday. The staff member looked around and reminded him softly. Thank you. David thanked him sincerely. As a staff member of the base, it was not easy to risk offending the student council by reminding him. You are the pride of the Academy. The staff member said softly. He then waved his hand, and a robot came forward to drag the stone-skinned worm's body away. After calculating the points, David felt a little depressed. He did not have any grudges with President Canning. So why did the president keep targeting him? As soon as he walked out of the mission reception area, he saw President Canning. Strangely, President Canning was looking at David with a smile on his face. Master David, we had some misunderstandings in the past. Those are all part of the Academy's traditional activities for new students. Please don't take it to heart. President Canning said with a smile. What is it, President Canning? David looked at him calmly and asked. I just heard that you brought back 2 stone-skinned worms to turn in your mission. The Academy has lowered the price of the stone-skinned worms. I'm negotiating with the Academy right now. I should be able to raise the price soon. Consider this my apology to Master David. President Canning said with a smile. After learning of David's achievements in the base, President Canning was filled with regret. He had offended such a genius. However, when President Canning found out that David and Green had calmed down and became friends, he thought that David was very easy to trick. So he arranged this opportunity. In his mind, using his power to gain benefits for David should earn David's forgiveness. He could even become David's friend. These days, President Canning and David's bad relationship had spread throughout the Academy. Some members of the student council looked at him with a strange expression. There is also news that the Academy wanted to replace the president of the student council. It was precisely because President Canning wanted to resolve the conflict between him and David that he came up with this idea. It was not President Canning's fault. The main reason was that David had been completing missions like a madman. Other than coming back to rest every night, he spent the rest of his time fighting the stone-skinned worms. Even if President Canning wanted to talk to David, he needed time. If he went up to him rashly, it would be counterproductive. The student council had a say in the issue of missions. President Canning proposed to reduce the price of the stone-skinned worms and wait for David to come back and turn in the mission. Then he would appear and speak for David. This way, he could rebuild his relationship with David. President Canning, the stone-skinned worm mission was issued by the Academy. The price is set by the Academy. I won't break the rules and let the Academy take the loss, David said with a mocking tone. After that, David ignored President Canning and turned to leave. Even though each stone-skinned worm cost him 50 points, it was still worth it to David. After killing more than 30 stone-skinned worms, he had only cleared less than 10% of the area around the rubble. In addition, David also felt that the Academy had suffered a loss by reclaiming the corpse of the stone-skinned worm for 150 points. President Canning looked in the direction David left. His eyes were filled with anger and viciousness. He was the president of the student council of the First College of Iridia, not only because he was strong, but also because of the power behind him. But this time, he didn't come to the base just for David. He also came with a mission from Beta Energy, the company behind him. Most people didn't know that a Krypton mine had been discovered near the Academy. At least, they wouldn't know until it was publicly announced. However, a large energy company like Beta Energy had its own channels. President Canning's mission was to get the Krypton mine development project and the base construction project to Beta Energy. As long as Beta Energy could get involved in the development of the Krypton mine on the Guardian planet, they would have some say in the new base. At least, Beta Energy could get some rights to the new base. Even if it was just a small amount, it was still very important to Beta Energy. It was important to note that every base on the Guardian planet belonged to the various old academies or the military. Other factions had no way of interfering with them. The resources of the insectoids on the Guardian planet were also controlled by the military and the education department. The benefits were unimaginable. Just looking at the insectoids that were killed outside the base, the amount of resources generated was enough to support a large Kaji team. With the base, they could get even more precious level 2 and level 3 insectoids. The Guardian planet's location was very special. It was very close to the War Star. Insectoids from a War Star would enter the Guardian planet from time to time. However, there were very few level 4 and above insectoids near the Guardian planet. This was because the strongest fleet of the Interstellar Federation was stationed outside the Guardian planet to stop level 4 and level 5 insectoids. The Guardian planet was relatively safe and had an endless supply of insectoids. It was a natural insectoid resource bank. President Canning let out a sigh of relief. He put on a smile and headed to the restaurant on the top floor. President Canning had received news that Kenny Transcendent had returned from the Krypton mine and was dining with Transcendent Dunbar. This was an important opportunity. He was confident that the two Transcendent would be moved by Beta Energy's sincerity. President Canning walked into the restaurant and saw Green and Barbara eating. They also saw President Canning. Barbara wanted to stand up and greet President Canning, but was stopped by Green. Green shook his head at Barbara. Barbara understood what Green was thinking. President Canning wanted to teach Green a lesson. However, even though Green's position in the student council was lower than his, he had a strong backing. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson later. President Canning muttered to himself as he walked to the first room. However, when he saw the other students looking at him, he couldn't help but feel angry. They were all looking at him with mockery. Chapter 353. President Canning came to the door of private room number 1 and took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He raised his hand and knocked on the door of the private room. He knocked very softly because he knew that no matter how soft the knock was, the 2 transcendents inside would hear it. "Come in," Transcendent Kenny's voice came from inside the room. President Canning turned around and glanced at the dining room. Although he didn't show it on his face, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. This was the power of status. The student council had a lot of power and was only responsible to the school leaders. The only ones who could control the student council were the school leaders and the transcendent. President Canning opened the door and walked in. The pride in his eyes was still there, but there was a look of surprise on his face. In the room, he saw the person he didn't want to see the most, David. David was eating and didn't even glance at President Canning's arrival. When President Canning approached the room, David saw him through the shadow attendant. Perhaps President Canning didn't know that David's expression had been captured by the shadow servants. If it weren't for the fact that President Canning was the president of the student council, David would have already planned to get rid of him. In David's mind, only a dead enemy was a good enemy. Transcendent Kenny, Transcendent Dunbar, good evening. President Canning hesitated and greeted the two transcendent. David didn't even look at him. Canning, what's the matter? Transcendent Kenny didn't ask President Canning to sit down. Although he was the president of the student council, he didn't have the right to sit there. The two transcendent were smart people. When they saw David's attitude, they knew that there was a conflict between David and President Canning. Otherwise, when the president of the student council met a student, they wouldn't greet each other. Of course, this was because David was very obvious. Therefore, Kenny directly asked President Canning what the student union wanted to do, which was to restrict President Canning's conversation. This was to tell President Canning that he could only talk about matters related to the student union and nothing else. Transcendent Kenny, I heard that the school found a kryptonite mine. President Canning obviously knew what Kenny Transcendent meant, but the kryptonite mine was too important. He had to bring it up. Canning, the matter of the Krypton crystal mine has nothing to do with the student council. Moreover, this matter is a secret of the academy. No matter where you heard it from, don't mention it again. Kenny interrupted President Canning's words. My father wishes to meet you at the academy's base. President Canning's expression changed slightly, and he quickly corrected himself. I'm not interested in meeting him. You can go now. Transcendent Kenny waved his hand. As a transcendent, Kenny had already transcended the normal social circle. He had the right to refuse any invitation. If President Canning didn't have a conflict with David, then it wouldn't matter if he met President Canning's father and gained some benefits. But now, Transcendent Kenny had to consider David's reputation. No matter what, David's identity as a sniper master was very useful to him. President Canning wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. Kenny Transcendent told him to leave. If he spoke now, he would completely offend Kenny Transcendent. Before President Canning turned to leave, he glanced at David, who was eating. His eyes flashed with hatred. In his opinion, the biggest reason why things went wrong this time was because of David. Just as President Canning showed his hatred, Kenny Transcendent moved. In an instant, Kenny Transcendent turned into a shadow and appeared behind President Canning. He slammed his hand on President Canning's shoulder. President Canning's body fell forward and slammed into the door with a heavy thud. You really have guts. You actually dared to have evil intentions towards my friend in front of me in my private room. If you weren't a student of the academy, then you wouldn't only be injured today. Kenny coldly said. President Canning got up from the ground, trembling. Kenny Transcendent's attack wasn't light. Many of his bones were broken, his muscles were damaged, and his internal organs were damaged. He didn't expect that just because he didn't succeed in the negotiation, he would have a moment of resentment towards David and be seriously injured by Kenny. President Canning couldn't hide his emotions in front of the two transcendent. In the transcendent's eyes, this was a provocation. President Canning didn't dare say anything else. He opened the door and walked out. Canning needs to go into seclusion for a long time. His position as president of the student council will be temporarily replaced by Green. Transcendent Kenny's voice rang out in the dining hall. President Canning's footsteps stopped. His heart was cold. He had lost his position as president of the student council, offended Transcendent Kenny, and failed to complete the mission given by his family. His future was bleak. The students in the dining hall saw President Canning's sorry state and understood that something must have happened in Room 1. However, Canning actually dared to provoke Kenny Transcendent in Room 1. The students all looked at Canning with sympathetic gazes. They looked at the former president of the student council. Green will manage the student council well. He won't let Transcendent Kenny down. When Green heard Transcendent Kenny's words, he was stunned at first. Then he was ecstatic. He stood up and shouted towards Room 1. Green knew that David was the main reason he was the president of the student council. He had arrived earlier than Canning and saw David enter Room 1 step ahead of him. Although he didn't know what had happened in Room 1, he guessed that Canning had offended David and angered Transcendent Kenny. In any case, no matter what, Canning wouldn't dare to be dissatisfied with the two Transcendents, let alone say something that would anger them. The door to Room 1 closed from the inside. No one responded to Green's words. Green didn't care. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Congratulations, President Green. Congratulations, President Green. The students all stood up and cheered. Only the elites of the school could afford to dine in this dining hall. Ordinary students didn't even have enough points for practice. How could they have extra points to spend here? Green smiled and greeted the students. Although his position as president was temporary, it was still a qualification. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, no one would kick him out of the student council, since he was the Transcendent Kenny. Canning almost covered his face as he walked out of the dining hall. He had seen the fickleness of human nature. He hated Green, hated the Transcendent Kenny, hated the students, but he hated David the most, even though David hadn't said a word about it. Master David, I'm surprised that Canning is still alive. Dunba Chow Fan, who was watching from the side, said to David, who was still eating. David was too famous. The Transcendent of the school had studied David's information. From his deeds, they could see David's temper. Almost everyone who had offended David had been killed by David. Canning and I are from the same school. I wouldn't kill him for something so trivial. David quickly denied. Transcendent Kenny and Transcendent Dunbar both pointed at David and laughed. Master David, don't tell us that you weren't the one who killed Gabriel Transcendent. Transcendent Dunbar said with a smile. Gabriel Transcendent's death was a big deal on Lunka. It was also a hot topic in the Transcendent. It was rare for a Transcendent to be killed. Firstly, there were very few sniper masters. Secondly, every Transcendent had a huge background. Killing them would cause a lot of trouble. However, Gabriel Transcendent's death was untraceable. Sniper Master's whereabouts were very clear. No matter how hard Lunka tried, they couldn't find out who the killer was. It wasn't until David showed his skills as a Sniper Master that the investigators realized who he was. No one would have guessed that David was the one who killed Gabriel Transcendent. Everyone knew that Gabriel Transcendent was there to capture David. If it weren't for Fox Transcendent, David would have been captured long ago. After researching David's information, people discovered that almost none of David's enemies had survived. Previously, a Transcendent had been poisoned to death by him. As for weapon masters, large-scale organizations, and so on, as long as they had a grudge with him, they would be destroyed soon after. I was just trying to protect myself. I didn't want to be targeted by a Transcendent. David explained helplessly. He knew that it was impossible to keep the incident a secret. Canning is really lucky. He's still alive. I have to thank you for showing mercy. Transcendent Kenny pointed at David and laughed. I promise that as long as Canning doesn't come looking for me, I won't go looking for him. David quickly promised. I don't want to get involved with Canning's business. If he wants to die, then let him die. Bad energy is really whimsical. The Krypton mine has been taken over by Slaw Combat College. Even our college can't get involved. Transcendent Kenny shook his head. He then smiled at David and said, Come with me to the Krypton mine later. I'll introduce you to Draper Transcendent from Slaw Combat College. This was the reason why Kenny Transcendent had come back. The first batch of people from Slaw Combat College had arrived. They were led by Transcendent Draper. Transcendent Draper and Transcendent Lek had already met. Everything that needed to be discussed had already been discussed by the Ministry of Education. However, they still needed to get along with each other. Transcendent Draper was the one who wanted to meet David. The reason was that he wanted to get to know the genius who had discovered the Krypton mine. In addition, David was a sniper master, so David was the strongest person in the area aside from the Transcendent. Although David was not a Transcendent, he was still considered the strongest person in the area. Of course, this referred to David's sniper master status. No matter how strong Kaji was, as long as he kept a distance from a sniper master, he would not be able to survive. I'll go after I change my equipment. David nodded. You finish eating first. I want to eat too. The Krypton mine is too bad. Transcendent Kenny said with a smile. Half an hour later, David and Kenny Transcendent were flying in the air. Their destination was the Krypton mine. When they arrived at the Krypton mine, the place was already very different from before. A huge energy shield completely covered the entire valley. Near the valley, a few Kaji were clearing out the Zergs in groups. It must be known that the sky was already dark, but these armored soldiers were still fighting. This is the first batch of students from SLA Combat Academy. They have a lot of Kaji in their school. The first batch consisted of 5,000 students, and they are all high-level Kaji. Transcendent Kenny introduced them to David. Transcendent Kenny's tone was full of admiration for SLA Combat Academy. SLA Combat Academy used to rely on SLA Starfield's funding to survive. In order to train the students' combat awareness, they sat on battleships and fought all over the war zone. Even under these harsh conditions, SLA Combat Academy still had the highest number of Kaji among the Interstellar Federation's academies. The reason why the Ministry of Education decided to let SLA Combat Academy take over the Krypton mine was because of SLA Starfield's firm support. They promised to send the strongest construction team and provide the initial funding. On the other hand, SLA Combat Academy's combat power could be used to prepare for future battles. For SLA Combat Academy, as long as they had the opportunity to build a base on the Guardian planet, they were not afraid of battle. Even if they had to sacrifice a generation, it would be worth it to build a base on the Guardian planet. Their aura is terrifying. David could feel the aura of these Kaji and sighed softly. Many students in our school take it for granted that we have a base, but the students of SLA Combat Academy are risking their lives for the base. Transcendent Kenny nodded. After scanning the energy shield, a small opening appeared on the energy shield. The two of them flew in. The valley was brightly lit. Hundreds of construction machines were at work. The place had turned into a construction site. SLA Combat Academy is too fast, David said as he landed on the ground. The original entrance of the cave had turned into a small fortress. Originally, it was estimated that it would take a month to complete, but now it seems that it will be completed in about 10 days. I heard that the second batch of combat personnel and engineering personnel will arrive tomorrow. All kinds of materials are also being transported over in an endless stream. It can be said that SLA is sparing no expense, Kenny said as he led the way. Now that they were entering the Krypton mine, they had to go through an identity check. The Kaji guarding the place were all Pinnacle Kaji. There were about 60 of them, which was exactly 10 combat teams. After entering the cave, the tunnel was paved with an alloy floor. The walls and ceiling were also rebuilt. The lights also drove away the darkness at the entrance of the cave. After passing through the tunnel and arriving at the original cave, David saw a large tent occupying a corner of the cave. The rest of the tent was occupied by busy construction robots. SLA Combat Academy is fast in everything, but they don't have high standards for their living environment. This is their living quarters. Transcendent Kenny pointed at the tent and said. Chapter 354. They walked into the tent and realized that it was a suite with a living room. There were only 2 people in the living room, Transcendent Lek and a middle-aged man. You must be Master David. You're so young. The middle-aged man stood up and said to David. He then introduced himself. I'm Draper, the vice principal of SLA Combat College. Thank you for finding the Krypton mine and allowing our college to have our own base on the Guardian planet. Draper's extraordinary attitude was very serious. It was not the kind of formality, but a kind of gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Transcendent Draper, I was just lucky to find the Krypton mine, David quickly said politely. David Draper, sit down. David will own 5% of the Krypton mine in the future. You can't bully David Draper. Transcendent Lex smiled and gestured. Yes, sit down first. Transcendent Draper sat down and said. He patted his chest and continued. We Slaw people always keep our word. We won't play any tricks. We won't discount the 5%. David smiled and sat down. He knew that Transcendent Lek was endorsing him. As the principal of the First College of Iridia, such a promise was equivalent to using the college as David's backing. Slaw people have nothing to say when it comes to credibility. This is recognized by the Federation. Transcendent Kenny said with a smile. Master David, the 5% profit will be calculated separately. On behalf of the college, I'd like to express my gratitude to you. At the same time, I've also brought gifts. Here's a list. Please choose one. Transcendent Draper said as he sent a list of information to David's identity bracelet. Before they came, Slaw Combat College had studied the situation in this area. They found a key person, David. David was a sniper master and a student of the First College of Iridia. David and a few other Transcendent had worked together to fight. He was also the one who discovered the Krypton mine. He was very famous among the students and was known as the #1 genius of the First College of Iridia. In order to maintain a good relationship with the First College of Iridia, the best choice was to give gifts. Instead of giving the Transcendent a gift, it was better to give David, the genius of the First College of Iridia. If he were to give a Transcendent gift, the value of the gift would be hard to determine. If it was too low, he would not be able to take it out. If it was too high, it would be too much for the Slaw Combat Academy to bear. Most importantly, the First College of Iridia had 3 Transcendent in the base. Given a choice between giving gifts to 3 Transcendent and a Sniper Master, Slaw Combat College of Iridia would definitely choose David. David looked at the Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent. David felt that this gift was not so simple. It was related to the relationship between the colleges. He would not accept it without asking. David, just choose one. You deserve it. Lek Transcendent said with a smile. David opened his identity bracelet and checked the list of gifts. There were 10 items in the list. Level 2 weapons and exoskeleton armors made by famous experts, as well as special resources from the Slaw sector. However, in David's eyes, this gift was not much of a highlight. He had long surpassed the standards of a normal Kaji. Even though these gifts were good for any Kaji, they could not move his heart. Finally, he took a fancy to 1 kilogram of blood dragon powder. This blood dragon powder was a special product of the Slaw sector. The blood dragon powder referred to a blood dragon. It was a type of transcendent snake. The blood dragon powder was made from the blood dragon's blood and some other precious materials. After many processes, it was made into a powder. This powder had a certain strengthening effect on a Kaji's body. Of course, it needed to be used for a long time. 1 kilogram of blood dragon powder was not a small amount. If it was used daily, 10 grams per day would be enough for David to use for 100 days. A normal blood dragon powder would not have much effect after 30 days. It was obvious that the Slaw Combat College had prepared this gift because the value of the blood dragon powder was not enough. David wasn't interested in the blood dragon powder's ability to strengthen one's physique. Instead, he was interested in another effect of the blood dragon powder. It could evolve the bloodline of a snake-type transcendent creature. Although the effect was small, as long as it succeeded, the snake-type transcendent creature would be greatly improved. I choose the blood dragon powder, David interrupted the Draper Transcendent who was chatting with the Transcendent Lek. Are you sure you want to choose the blood dragon powder? The Draper Transcendent asked with a strange expression. He knew that the blood dragon powder was just a gift. If David did not choose it, it would be kept in the base as a resource for points exchange. Yes, David said with certainty. The Transcendent Lek and the Transcendent Kenny didn't say anything. This was David's choice. In their hearts, they all thought that David had made the wrong choice. Although the blood dragon powder was precious, its effect was almost the same among the training resources of the First College of Iridia. The Draper Transcendent took out the blood dragon powder from his portal item and pushed it in front of David and said, "Here is 1 kilogram of blood dragon powder!" David was about to take it when he felt little white wiggling in his exoskeleton armor. It wanted to come out. David didn't have to worry about little white as a pet. It was not a secret. He pressed lightly on the exoskeleton armor. A hole opened and little white swam out. "Is this a black silk snake?" the Draper Transcendent said with uncertainty. The Transcendent was a real Transcendent expert. Even Kaji in the Sirius sector had done research on Transcendent creatures. The Sirius sector was the largest gathering place of Transcendent creatures in the Federation. The Draper Transcendent was 100% sure that he had never seen this kind of Transcendent creature in any records. He could only guess the original breed of the white snake based on its appearance. "Master David, how did this black silk snake of yours become a Transcendent creature? And how did you tame it?" Draper asked after confirming it several times. His eyes flashed with a glint. He was 100% sure that this was a normal black silk snake. Although Little White's body had turned white, there were very few snakes this small. The only one with the same appearance was a black silk snake. David, who was opening the blood dragon powder to feed Little White, stopped what he was doing. He didn't understand why the Transcendent Draper was so excited. Although there were many Transcendent creatures in the Sirius sector, there were very few Transcendent creatures that could be tamed. It was all luck. There was no experience to speak of. Little White was different. It obviously didn't have the blood of a Transcendent creature. It was transformed and David had tamed it as a pet. There was a high possibility that there was a connection. If David's method could be used as a reference, it would be of great help to the related research in the Sirius sector. The Transcendent Lek looked at the Transcendent Draper with some dissatisfaction and said to David, "David, if there's any secret, you don't have to say it. There's nothing that can't be said. The Transcendent Gabriel captured me in the suburbs of Geas City and was injured by the Fox Transcendent. A drop of his Transcendent blood was absorbed by Little White. That's how Little White successfully evolved into a Transcendent creature. I also tamed Little White at that time," David said honestly. The Transcendent Gabriel wasn't a secret, so David didn't need to keep his secret. The Transcendent Draper shook his head and said, "I don't think Little White's bloodline can be achieved by absorbing a drop of Transcendent blood." The Transcendent Draper knew that Transcendent blood could trigger the evolution of ordinary creatures, but the chances were too slim. Not to mention that no Transcendent Draper would waste his own Transcendent blood. It was almost equivalent to consuming his own lifespan. Even if he had Transcendent blood, he couldn't find a creature that was 100% compatible. However, Little White's current situation had long surpassed the level of a new Transcendent creature. It didn't seem like a level that could be achieved by relying on a drop of Transcendent blood. David comforted Little White, who didn't eat the blood dragon powder, and explained, "After the Transcendent Gabriel escaped, I tracked him down and sniped him from afar. Then, his Transcendent blood was completely absorbed by Little White. This time, it was the Transcendent Draper's turn to gasp. He looked at David and Little White in a different light. David had just admitted that he had killed a powerful Transcendent, so this was the first time the Transcendent Draper heard about it. Little White, on the other hand, had absorbed all of Gabriel's Transcendent blood. In the future, Little White's potential would be amazing. Unfortunately, Little White wasn't a battle-type creature, so its combat ability was limited. The Transcendent Draper made a promise to David. "Thank you for your explanation, Master David. When the base is built, you can use the base's teleportation gate at any time." The promise sounded generous, but David could only use the base's teleportation gate to go to the Slaw Combat Academy, which was further away from the first college of Iridia than from the Guardian planet to the first college of Iridia. David, Kenny, and the Transcendent Draper, including the Transcendent Lek, and the Transcendent Draper left. From now on, the Krypton mine belonged to the Slaw Combat Academy, so they would be guests if they came again. "This Draper is so stingy," the Transcendent Kenny said on the way back to the Academy's base. "Kenny, it's not easy for Draper either. I heard that the Slaw Combat Academy almost emptied their pockets for the materials for the teleportation gate. The transcendent Lek shook his head. They had taken over the first college of Iridia's base on the Guardian planet from their predecessors, so they did not know how difficult it was to build it. The materials for the teleportation gate were too precious, and the main material, the level 3 material, was the easiest to find. The rest of the materials had to be collected at a huge cost. Even with the help of the Slaw Starfield, the Slaw Combat Academy was still overwhelmed. David, when you become a Transcendent in the future, use their base's teleportation gate to look for level 3 materials. There are many Transcendent creatures in the Slaw Starfield, and some of them can produce level 3 materials. The Transcendent Kenny smiled and said to David, "You, don't be a bad influence on David. The Transcendent creatures in the Slaw Starfield that can produce level 3 materials are closely watched by the Slaw Starfield. How could they let the Transcendent from the other Starfields covet them?" The Transcendent Lek snapped. After returning to the base, David took out a gram of blood dragon powder and fed it to Little White. After eating the blood dragon powder, Little White quietly curled up on David's wrist. Its body moved unconsciously, as if it was digesting the blood dragon powder. David had also consumed 10 grams of blood dragon powder. The blood dragon powder was very gentle, and he could feel his blood slowly heating up. His blood kept washing his body, bringing warmth to his whole body. His body temperature kept rising. A large amount of sweat was expelled from his body. Luckily, David had experienced the advanced Kaji body art, so the impurities in his body had been mostly cleared. The sweat didn't have much of smell. The absorption of the blood dragon powder only lasted 10 minutes, and David could feel the temperature in his blood dropping rapidly. Soon, it was back to normal. He summoned a shadow attendant and activated the attribute panel, but he found that his vitality didn't change. However, he could sense through his spirit that his physique had improved, but this improvement was too little. No wonder the two Transcendent looked at me like I was at a disadvantage. The blood dragon powder's effect is really weak. David shook his head and said to himself with a bitter smile. He looked at Little White again. Little White was still absorbing. It seemed that the blood dragon powder's effect on Little White was much better than on him. David put away the blood dragon powder. He decided that would be Little White's exclusive resource in the future. Actually, the blood dragon powder was quite effective for normal Kaji. Not all Kaji practiced the advanced body art. That required talent. Kaji without the advanced body art would have a huge difference in strength and vitality. The blood dragon powder's effect would be more obvious. Disappointed, David took out the energy-gathering disc and activated it. The shadow attendant automatically flew to the center of the disc. David began to practice the crystal meditation. Ever since the crystal barrier outside the Soul Fortress was destroyed, his crystal meditation had been rebuilding it. In a dorm, Canning was contacting his father through the interstellar communicator. When Canning turned off the communicator, his face was extremely gloomy. His father's disappointment in him, Bado Energy ending their support for him, losing his position as the president of the student council, and being laughed at by the entire academy. All of this was driving him crazy. "I need help. You have to come. I have the record of our deal. If you don't help me, then we'll die together. 50 million credits and an advanced technique. I helped you a lot when I was the president. If you help me this time, you can choose any of the secret techniques in my family." Canning's eyes were red as he began to contact the people he could use. Threats, bribes, favors, etc. He used everything he could think of. Chapter 355. Although each stone-skinned worm could only be exchanged for 100 points, David still gained a lot in the next 2 days. He could get 600 to 800 points every day. One morning, after David finished his training as usual, he put on his exoskeleton armor and flew out of the base. What he didn't know was that an hour before he left, Canning sneaked out of the base in an ordinary exoskeleton armor without notifying anyone. The reason Canning did this was because the Transcendent Kenny had announced that he was going into seclusion. Even though he didn't need to, and the Transcendent didn't order him to, As long as the Kinney Transcendent made the announcement, he couldn't appear in front of the students anymore. When Canning arrived at the pile of rocks, there were already 5 Kaji waiting for him. The weapons of the 5 soldiers were all second grade, and the exoskeleton armors had been disguised to cover up the markings on them. Canning, this is the only time. If you reveal my identity after this, then even if something happens to me, I will make you and the faction behind you pay the price. The soldier with the second grade heavy axe said in a deep voice. Of course. This time, I didn't tell anyone else about your identities except for me. We'll just use numbers instead of names. We'll have nothing to do with each other after this. Canning nodded. In order to invite these Kajis, Canning had used his previous relationship with the powerful Kajis that he could have used illegal means to force them to come. After this, it would be a big problem for him to explain himself to the Kajis. However, Canning didn't want to do anything. All he wanted was to kill David. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know how strong David was. As a Kaji's invincible Kaji, David was definitely strong. Even if he didn't count his sniper skills, David was still stronger than the strongest students. Apart from one of the students from the first college of Iridia, the rest were students from the 2 neighboring colleges. This student from the first college of Iridia was very strong. He was ranked in the top 5 among the 4th-year students. If it wasn't for the fact that Canning had helped this student a lot and helped his family's business, he wouldn't have been able to get this student to help him. David's reputation in the academy was too strong. As long as the students were knowledgeable, they would know that they could not offend David. Even if such a genius did not improve at all, just by relying on his ability as a sniper master, it was enough to stand among the strong. Among the 5 students who came, only this one knew the most about David's strength. The 4 students from the 2 neighboring academies were friends that Canning had befriended over the past few years. Canning and the 4 of them had plotted against the other students of their respective academies many times, and it was because of this that they were firmly bound together. Of course, these 4 students didn't know each other. In the past, they had only worked with Canning alone. In the past, no Kaji was worthy of Canning inviting a team of Kaji. This time, either because of Canning's threats or because of benefits, these 4 students came. They were all strong students in their respective colleges and ranked very high. Otherwise, Canning wouldn't have cooperated with them. It was precisely because of this that the 4 students didn't want to reveal their identities in front of others. That was why they had made the request. I'm number 1. You're number 2. You're number 3. You're number 4. You're number 5. You're number 6. Canning pointed at the 4 Kajis. The 5 Kajis glanced at each other. They deliberately didn't say anything. They knew that if they met someone from their own college, if they said anything, their identities would be exposed. Number 1, I've checked David's background. He's a sniper master. To be honest, if there isn't a feasible plan, I'd rather be expelled than participate in this operation. Kaji's number 3, the one who held the level 2 heavy axe, said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Although I've lost my position as the president of the student council, I still have a lot of spies in the school. David has been hunting stoneskin worms in the rubble for the past few days. He's using the military scent isolation device. We can wait for David in the rubble. When David gets close to us, the 6 of us can work together and kill him. Canning was very confident. Among the 6 Kajis, 3 of them were weapon masters. Although they were only beginner weapon masters, it was enough to show how strong these Kajis were. In a college where many geniuses gathered, the top students were all extremely talented. The 6 Kajis were all talented in their own way. This kind of ridiculous Kajis team could only be assembled by a star sector level college like the 3 colleges. It was said that David was also a heavy axe master. In a 1 versus 6 situation, if he lost his sniping ability, how could the 6 of them not be able to defeat David alone? Kaji's number 3 nodded and said, As long as we get close, he'll be dead for sure. Number 4, 5, and 6 nodded in agreement. This was their confidence in their own strength. Number 2 was a student from the first college of Iridia. He was still a little worried, mainly because the other colleges didn't know about David's reputation among the students. However, since things had already come to this, he had no way out. As for assassinating their own classmates, the 6 students didn't have any concerns about it. The reason they were able to come here was because they had their own classmates' blood on their hands. Resources had to be fought over, and there was competition in the college. If some of the competitors who didn't have a strong background died in the wilderness, no one would say anything. Every college had a quota of deaths. As long as it didn't exceed a certain percentage, it wouldn't be taken seriously. It wasn't strange for students to die when fighting against Zergs, especially those who left the safe zone. The 6 Kajis walked into the pile of rocks and quickly discovered the situation. This is David's usual entrance. He has already cleared this area, so it's his only way out. Let's set up our formation here, Canning said as soon as he entered the rubble. He already had a plan in mind. For small devices were placed in 4 directions. These devices could completely block their presence, including the energy signals of the exoskeleton armor. If anyone wanted to discover them, they would need a large scanning device or direct sight. After setting up, the 6 Kajis hid their bodies with rocks and waited for David to appear. Just as the 6 Kajis walked into the pile of rocks, 2 figures in green, transcendent armor appeared outside the pile of rocks. They looked at each other. I didn't expect Bata Energy to place so much importance on Canning. Esmond, you've come in person, Archie Transcendent said to Transcendent Esmond. I'm not like you. You're a Transcendent, but you're a bodyguard for a kid. I'm only here because I have some company business to deal with. I just happened to run into this. Esmond Transcendent said in a deep voice. As long as the target I'm protecting isn't in danger, I won't do anything. It seems that David is dead for sure. Even if these kids can't kill David, you'll still help them. Archie Transcendent shook his head. Archie Transcendent acted like it wasn't involved, but the 2 Transcendent understood that they would do anything if necessary. For example, Archie Transcendent owed Kaji's family a huge favor. They didn't need Archie Transcendent to do anything. In the end, they only asked Archie Transcendent to protect Kaji until he graduated from university. Archie Transcendent was more than willing to pay such a small price to repay such a huge favor, even if it would cost him 4 years of his time. Kaji didn't go out every day. Archie Transcendent also had a lot of time to cultivate. Even if Kaji went out, it would be difficult for anything to happen to him. Archie Transcendent was very relaxed. Through Kaji's family's connections, he could live in the Academy's base. The higher-ups of the Academy all knew about him. Only Kaji himself didn't know. David is in the way of our big plan. We can't carry it out with him around. Transcendent Esmond didn't say anything, only his attitude. Originally, even if Canning didn't organize this operation, Transcendent Esmond would have personally taken care of David. As long as David was there, the Krypton Mine project would never fall into the hands of Bata Energy. Although Bata Energy knew that David didn't have much to do with it, both the First College of Iridia and Slaw Combat Academy had to consider David. It could be said that as long as David was there, Bata Energy wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate. The first phase of the Krypton Mine project had already started. Slaw Combat Academy could still carry out the non-technical projects, but the later phase of the project would need a professional energy company to handle it. If Bata Energy didn't take care of David now, they wouldn't have the time to do so. As for whether Bata Energy would be able to take care of the final project, it would depend on the efforts of Bata Energy's higher-ups in the Federation. They still had some confidence in this. It was also because of this that they needed to get rid of David immediately. It's about the Krypton Mine, isn't it? David is looking for death if he's involved in such a big project. Archie Transcendent also knew about the Krypton Mine. When he heard Transcendent Esmond's words, he immediately understood. Come, let's go in too. The sooner we deal with this, the sooner we can get it over with. Transcendent Esmond didn't continue the conversation. He stepped into the pile of rocks first, and Archie Transcendent followed behind him. David was flying in the sky. When he was still a few kilometers away from the pile of rocks, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Something's wrong. After experiencing so many dangers, he was already very familiar with his own sense of danger. This level of palpitation was telling him that there was danger ahead. He immediately landed on the ground from the sky. Then, he restrained his presence and spirit and put the camouflage cloth on his body. David didn't leave immediately. Although leaving was the best choice, he wanted to know where the danger was coming from and whether it was targeted at him. Otherwise, he would still be in danger after leaving this time. David activated the silent sneak skill and slowed down. At this speed, the camouflage cloth still had some effect. The shadow attendant had already flown into the sky. In an open space, the shadow attendant could see everything within 4 to 5 kilometers. If it was an environment like the pile of rocks, it could also detect hidden dangers 100 meters in advance. This was also why he dared to personally check out the danger ahead, even though he knew it was dangerous. When he got close to the pile of rocks, David carefully used a boulder to cover his body. The shadow attendant was in front of him to ensure that he wouldn't be discovered. Only then would he move forward. When he was about 100 meters away from the pile of rocks, the shadow attendant discovered 6 Kaji. Although the 6 Kaji were hiding behind the boulder, they didn't have David's ability. They needed to poke their heads out from time to observe. This also allowed the shadow attendant to discover them. David also saw the device that hid his presence and signal. The 4 devices were also hidden, but they were discovered by the shadow attendant from the sky. David knew that someone was ambushing him. It wasn't a secret that he came to the pile of rocks to hunt stone-skinned worms. A few days ago, because he kept exchanging the stone-skinned worm's carcass for points, some students even wanted to hunt him down. But when he came here, he was almost killed by the stone-skinned worms, so he gave up on the idea. These 6 Kaji definitely weren't here to hunt the stone-skinned worms. This area that David had cleared out didn't have any stone-skinned worms. If he wanted to hunt a stone-skinned worm, he would need to move forward for another kilometer. After discovering the 6 Kaji, David didn't move. He didn't think that these 6 Kaji would pose any threat to him, let alone make him feel scared. This wasn't David being arrogant. It was just that he had fought a powerful master weapon. Unless the 6 Kaji were all advanced masters, they wouldn't be a threat to him. The most important thing was that he was wearing a grade 3 defense exoskeleton armor. It wasn't something that a grade 2 weapon in the hands of a normal Kaji could cause fatal damage to him. At most, it would injure him, but it wouldn't stop him from escaping. The shadow attendant continued to search around. David also slowly moved to cooperate with the shadow attendant to search a wider area. Behind a giant rock about 100 meters away from the 6 Kaji, 2 figures were discovered by the shadow attendant. 2 Transcendent. David was shocked. The more he dealt with the Transcendent, the more he knew how terrifying the Transcendent was. 2 Transcendent appeared here. He didn't think that they were sent by the Academy to protect him. He knew all the Transcendent from the Academy, and, judging from their figures, they weren't transcendent from the Academy. At this moment, David wanted to retreat. This was a pile of rocks. His sniping ability couldn't be used. Even if he could only pose a threat to 1 Transcendent. He wasn't even confident that he could seriously injure 1 Transcendent, let alone 2 Transcendent. Chapter 356. Just as David had the thought of retreating, a sense of unwillingness rose in his heart. Who was it that wanted to assassinate him? He thought of the great world of God's intelligence organization and his previous enemies. However, he suspected Canning the most because he had threatened Canning's life in front of many students and indirectly caused Canning to lose his position as the president of the student council. David still remembered the ferocious expression on Canning's face when he left that time. The best way to find out the identity of the 2 Transcendent was to let the 2 Transcendent attack. David would then record the process of the 2 Transcendent attacking and ask the Transcendent of the Academy to identify them. He believed that with his relationship with Kenny, the Transcendent, asking him to identify the 2 Transcendent wouldn't be a big problem. Of course, David wouldn't personally lure the 2 Transcendent to attack. He didn't have the ability to do so. David looked around, and his heart skipped a beat. Most of the creatures here were level 2 stone skin worms. For others, it would be troublesome to attract a large number of stone skin worms, but for him, it was a simple matter. David took out his level 3 heavy axe and gently dug out a piece of the boulder in front of him. He then hollowed out the inside of the boulder until it was big enough for him to fit inside. The shadow attendant stored the boulder in its portal item. Finally, David entered the boulder and covered it with the boulder he had dug out. This way, he would truly disappear from the spot. No one would be able to find him if they didn't pay attention. There was only a small hole left on the boulder that acted as the cover. This small hole wasn't for breathing. With the exoskeleton armor, he didn't need to breathe in the outside environment at all. This small hole was for him to transmit his voice. After doing all this, David took a deep breath and activated the high-frequency sound wave. His target was the boulder between the 2 Transcendent and the 6 Kaji. He wouldn't directly attack the 2 Transcendent because that would expose his position. David used the high-frequency sound wave very carefully. He sent it out in segments and was 50 meters away from the 2 Transcendent. With the characteristics of the high-frequency sound wave, the 2 Transcendent wouldn't be able to detect it. The high-frequency sound wave echoed from the boulder. The sound that couldn't be heard by human ears didn't attract the attention of the 6 Kaji and the 2 Transcendent. Of course, a big reason for this was David's sniper master ability. He could lock his killing intent and spirit tightly. Even when he sent out the high-frequency sound wave, there was no killing intent in it. The high-frequency sound wave was more like a natural breeze. The high-frequency sound wave was silent to the 6 Kaji and the 2 Transcendent, but to the stone-skinned worms and the boulder, it was a declaration of war. Especially on the first day David came to the boulder, he used the high-frequency sound wave. After that, he killed the stone-skinned worms one after another for many days. The stone-skinned worms had already noticed that a large number of them were killed, but for some special reasons, they didn't pursue the matter. Instead, they guarded the boulder. However, today was a little different. The stone-skinned worms had finished guarding the boulder. The consequence of provoking the high-frequency sound wave was that all the stone-skinned worms seemed to have gone crazy and rushed towards the high-frequency sound wave. The stone-skinned worms seemed to have a command as they split into several directions and surrounded the source of the high-frequency sound wave. Strange, it's getting late. Why hasn't David shown up yet? Canning looked at the time on his mask and couldn't help but ask. Number 1, what did your spy in the academy say? Kaji asked impatiently. David left the academy base at 8 o'clock. Canning replied. Maybe he was delayed by something and encountered the insectoids on the way. Kaji wasn't worried after hearing Canning's words. After leaving the academy's safe zone, he could encounter the insectoids at any time. Every battle would affect his arrival time. Why didn't he hurry up and die? Canning gritted his teeth. 100 meters away, the 2 Transcendents were chatting as well. Esmond, I feel like something is wrong. Transcendent Archie looked around and felt that something was wrong. You have the same feeling too? Transcendent Esmond suddenly stood up and asked. The 2 Transcendent looked at each other and jumped towards the boulder at the same time. If it was just one of them, then it was possible. However, if both Transcendent felt something was wrong, then something was really wrong. Standing on the boulder, they couldn't see much inside the boulder. There were too many boulders blocking their view. However, the 2 Transcendents still saw the silhouettes of the stone-skinned worms appearing and disappearing between the boulders. We're surrounded by the stone-skinned worms, Transcendent Esmond said, with confusion. Since when are the stone-skinned worms so smart that they could expand their encirclement? The 2 Transcendent didn't notice until they were completely surrounded. Also, why were there so many stone-skinned worms here? Even with the boulders blocking their view, it would take at least 200 stone-skinned worms to form such an encirclement. Luckily, the stone-skinned worms aren't much of a threat. Should we inform the kids now? Transcendent Archie asked with a smile. He wasn't nervous at all. Although the stone-skinned worms were level 2 insects, they weren't fast and their attacks weren't strong either. Even though they were surrounded, it was difficult for them to threaten the 2 Transcendent. We'll let them find us later. It's better if we stay hidden. I suspect this is David's doing. Transcendent Esmond said with a deep voice. Although Transcendent Esmond knew it was impossible to lure so many stone-skinned worms over without the 2 Transcendents noticing, he knew it was impossible to do so. However, Other than that, there was no other way to explain why the stone-skinned worms had surrounded them. The two transcendent chose to continue observing. This kind of situation where there wasn't any danger was perfect for training the Kaji. They would only make a move when there was danger. No, there's danger. Battle formation. Canning yelled. Kaji 3 and Kaji 4 also became alert. All three of the Kaji were weapons masters and had a stronger sense of danger than the other three Kaji. Kaji 6 placed his level 2 shield in front of him. He stood at the front of Kaji's team. Behind the Kaji's team was the boulder. That way, they could defend themselves to the greatest extent. This was the place they had chosen to ambush David. It was the best environment for Kaji's team to fight in. They didn't dare to run around because the three weapons masters couldn't determine where the danger was coming from. David was inside the boulder. His presence and mind were completely concealed. The camouflage cloth also concealed all his life force and energy of the exoskeleton armor. The shadow attendant outside the boulder saw the stone-skinned worms moving towards the 6 Kaji's team. 2 stone-skinned worms walked past the boulder where David was, but they didn't notice anything strange about the boulder or David. The Sniper Master ability didn't just give David the strongest long-range attack ability. It also gave him an even scarier hiding ability. It allowed him to remain undetected in the area where the insectoids were watching. If someone saw David stay inside the boulder, they would be very curious about his strange hiding method. A steel wire was fixed on top of David's head, lifting his body completely off the ground so that his body was not in contact with the boulder. The only point of contact was that steel wire. David knew that the stone-skinned worms had a special ability. They could sense the creatures that came into contact with the boulder. This was something he had confirmed after fighting with them for many days. This was the main reason why the other Kajis had all failed to kill the stone-skinned worms. They had all misjudged the range of vision of the stone-skinned worms. Every time, more stone-skinned worms would appear than they expected. Damn it, they're all stone-skinned worms. We're surrounded. Canning screamed when he saw a large number of stone-skinned worms appearing around them. Don't fight. Think of a way to retreat. Kaji's 3rd shouted, How can we retreat? We have no way out. Kaji's 4th voice was filled with anger. He felt like he had been tricked by Canning. Number 1, tell us why this is happening. Kaji's 5th voice was even more direct. He pointed his level 2 warhammer at Canning and scolded. I'm surrounded with you guys. Are these stone-skinned worms only attacking you guys and not me? Canning was very angry at being scolded. Stop arguing. Get ready to fight. Kaji's 3rd quickly advised. Just as the stone-skinned worms surrounded the 6 Kajis, one of them suddenly howled toward a boulder. A portion of the stone-skinned worms surrounded the boulder. How did these stone-skinned worms find us? Transcendent Esmond looked at his body covered in transcendent armor and asked. As a transcendent wearing transcendent armor, it was very easy to hide his presence. As long as there wasn't a level 3 insectoid here, it would be very difficult to find a transcendent. We can't hide anymore. Let's meet up with the children. Transcendent Archie suggested. Okay, let's go. Transcendent Esmond nodded in agreement. It was very easy for them to leave. They could just fly away. However, Canning and Kaji's 3rd were here. The 2 Transcendent couldn't just leave like that. Although Canning had been affected by the previous incident, his family's influence in the Bata Energy Company was not small. If Transcendent Esmond could do him a favor, why wouldn't he do it? Transcendent Archie had to think about his own honor. He couldn't let anything happen to Kaji's 3rd. The 2 Transcendents leaped towards the direction of the 6 armored soldiers 100 meters away. The stone-skinned worm below them roared madly as it chased after them. Who is it? The 6 Kajis saw the sudden appearance of the 2 Transcendent and were so scared that they almost threw away their weapons. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that the Kajis' natural fear of the Transcendent. There were very few Kajis who could get along well with the Transcendent. David's situation was too rare. Sniper Masters were accepted by the Transcendent because of their powerful long-range attacks, but there were only a few Sniper Masters in the Interstellar Federation. Transcendent Esmond and Transcendent Archie opened up the Transcendent Armor's visors and revealed their faces. Transcendent Esmond, Transcendent Archie. Canning and Kaji's third were shocked at first, then ecstatic. Their previous worries were swept away. Transcendent Esmond closed his visor and said in a deep voice, "Canning, you're very decisive. You eliminate the enemy immediately." "Thank you, Transcendent Esmond. I'll work hard to serve the company in the future." Canning was moved to tears by the appearance of the Transcendent Esmond. This meant that the company hadn't given up on him. He didn't know that the Transcendent Esmond was only doing this out of convenience. It wasn't because of him, but because of his father and the rest of his family. Kaji's third also knew about the Transcendent Archie. This was a reclusive transcendent in the Academy's base. He didn't belong to the Academy and was very mysterious. Kaji's third guessed that he would appear here, but he still didn't believe it. Transcendent Esmond nodded and glanced at the other Kajis before ordering, "You guys follow behind us. Stay close. We'll break through the encirclement." "Yes." The 6 Kajis replied in unison. They were extremely excited. There was no longer a problem with their safety, and they could watch the Transcendents battle with their own eyes. For Kajis, this was a very important influence. The 6 Kajis were all peak Kajis. Perhaps in less than 10 years, one of them would attempt to break through. Now that they could see the Transcendents battle, it would motivate them mentally. At this moment, the stone skin worm was only 20 meters away from them. A large encirclement had already formed. Transcendent Esmond's body moved, and a grade 3 longsword appeared in his hand. Transcendents who fought on the front lines against the insectoids would rarely use their grade 3 weapons. However, most of the Transcendents' main enemies were other Transcendents, so they would often change their weapons to grade 3 longswords. On one hand, grade 3 longswords were lighter. When 2 Transcendents were fighting, the lighter the weapon, the faster the speed. A longsword had a natural advantage in this aspect. On the other hand, a grade 3 longsword required even less grade 3 materials. Most Transcendents would first craft a grade 3 longsword after they had accumulated enough materials to craft a grade 3 longsword before considering other weapons. Therefore, there was a situation where most Transcendents' weapons were grade 3 longswords. Only after that would they have a second grade 3 weapon that wasn't a longsword. For the Transcendent of the Academy, due to the Academy's resources and the convenience of the base, grade 3 insectoid materials weren't too difficult to obtain. Therefore, most of the Transcendent in the Academy had 2 grade 3 weapons. As for the other Transcendent, it was extremely difficult for them to have 2 grade 3 weapons. This had nothing to do with wealth. Without a base in a war zone or a base that didn't have any grade 3 insectoids, they wouldn't be able to obtain grade 3 materials. They also wouldn't be able to let the Transcendent have a second grade 3 weapon. Chapter 357. The Esmond Transcendent and Archie Transcendent had never worked together before, but the 2 Transcendent did not need to say anything as they charged forward from left and right respectively. The 6 Kaji behind them quickened their pace and maintained their battle formation as they followed behind the 2 Transcendent. The Esmond Transcendent flashed and appeared beside a stoneskin worm. The stoneskin worm did not even have time to react before the Esmond Transcendent's grade 3 longsword sliced through its head. The stoneskin worm's speed was slower than other level 2 insectoids, but this weakness was magnified in front of the Esmond Transcendent. On the other side, the Archie Transcendent easily killed another stoneskin worm. The stoneskin worm's proud defense was nothing in front of a grade 3 longsword. David was also watching the battle between the 2 Transcendent through the shadow attendant. To be honest, the 2 Transcendent skill in killing the stoneskin worms was not high, but their speed was much faster than David's when he activated extreme speed. Before the rest of the stoneskin worms could surround them, the 2 Transcendent had already killed 6 stoneskin worms and led the 6 Kaji more than 30 meters away. They were not far from the rubble, and with their speed, it would not take long for them to cover a distance of more than 1,000 meters. The stoneskin worms could not slow down the 2 Transcendent, so the 6 Kaji behind them had to increase their speed and not lose sight of the Transcendent. David had the shadow attendant take out a miniature recording device from his space ring. The device floated in the air and did not attract the attention of the two combatants. However, after a while, David's position could no longer support the shadow attendant's view because the two transcendent were about to reach the furthest distance the shadow attendant could observe. If I have enough time, I really want to kill all of the stoneskin worms here. The transcendent Esmond had always been at the back and rarely came to the battlefield to fight the insectoids. After fighting for a while, his blood was boiling as he laughed. Let's get out of here quickly. The number of stoneskin worms here is not right. It will be troublesome if an elite or even a king appears. The transcendent Archie, who often fought the insectoids, shook his head. A stoneskin worm was a level 2 insectoid. If it was an elite stoneskin worm, it would be close to a level 3 insectoid. If it was a stoneskin elite king, it would be at least a level 3 insectoid. Although the two transcendent were having an easy time fighting, the main reason was the level 3 longswords in their hands. Without the longswords, they would not be so strong. Against a level 3 insectoid, a level 3 longsword's damage was not enough. It was possible to injure a level 3 insectoid, but it was very difficult to heavily injure one. You are too cowardly. Stoneskin worms are trash level 2 insectoids. There is no need to worry about them. The transcendent Esmond laughed as he casually killed another stoneskin worm with a swing of his sword. Just as the transcendent Esmond killed the stoneskin worm, the ground suddenly trembled. Following that, more than 20 elite stoneskin worms appeared. They were twice as thick as the previous stoneskin worms. These elite stone-skinned worms were covered in thick rocks, as if they were made up of countless rocks. Archie, your mouth is too poisonous, the transcendent Esmond said with a dark expression. As soon as Archie Transcendent finished speaking, the elite stone-skin worms appeared. The transcendent Esmond Transcendent felt that it was because of Archie's foul mouth. Even so, Transcendent Esmond still accelerated and rushed to the side of an elite stoneskin worm. The rank 3 longsword in his hand slashed at the elite stoneskin worm's stone body. He still chose the neck of the elite stoneskin worm. With one slash, the entire blade went in. However, this was only the area covered by the rock and not the actual skin. There's a problem with the rock on the elite stoneskin worm's skin. The transcendent Esmond Transcendent warned Archie. If it was a normal rock, his sword would have cut deep no matter how thick the rock was, but he only managed to cut 30 centimeters into the rock. He was just a little bit away from the elite stoneskin worm's skin. I've never heard of an elite stoneskin worm having such an ability. Archie Transcendent also tried his sword and said in confusion, "Don't care about him. Just attack a few more times." Transcendent Esmond increased the speed of his rank 3 longsword as he slashed out continuously. Rocks were flying off the surface of the elite stone-skinned worm's body. After 6 consecutive strikes, its skin was exposed. My 6 swords can break its defense, Transcendent Esmond said to Transcendent Archie when he saw the elite stone-skin worm's defense being broken. Until now, Transcendent Esmond had not sensed any danger. He was still in an extremely relaxed state. Transcendent Esmond was enjoying the admiring gazes of the 6 Kaji students behind him, so he was happy to show them off. Transcendent Esmond would not have cared if they were normal Kaji students, but the 6 Kaji students were all geniuses of the 3 academies. They were top geniuses that were hard to come by even among billions of people. Transcendent Esmond's long sword was a little slower because of his words. The elite stone-skin worm he attacked fell back and rolled on the ground. Transcendent Esmond was also blocked by another elite stone-skin worm. The elite stone-skin worm that had a rock cut off, its neck rolled on the ground and recovered its lost rock. Don't give them time to recover. They can recover the rock on their skin, Transcendent Esmond shouted. This time, he learned his lesson and kept attacking with his level 3 longsword. At the same time, his body moved around the elite stone-skin worm like a green shadow. The elite stone-skin worm was faster than the normal stone-skin worm, but in front of a transcendent like Esmond, it wasn't enough. That was why Transcendent Esmond did not take the elite stone-skin worm seriously. The battle was not stressful at all. The elite stone skin worm screamed in agony. A deep wound was cut on its neck and green blood gushed out. The wound caused by the sword had heavily injured the elite stone skin worm. The elite stone skin worm felt its life draining away and made its last attack. The rocks on its body were affected by a strange repulsive force and were all fired at the 2 Transcendent Esmond and the 6 Kaji students. After the rocks left its body, the elite stone skin worm lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Defend! When Esmond sensed the movement of the elite stone-skinned worm, he placed his level 3 longsword in front of him to protect himself and shouted loudly. Archie also made a defensive move. This was the final attack of a quasi-level 3 insectoid. Even if it was just a stone attack, this stone was obviously affected by some strange energy and its attack power would not be weak. Transcendent Esmond and Archie used their level 3 longswords to block the rocks. The 2 Transcendent Esmond and Archie were not injured, but the 6 Kaji students behind them were slightly injured by the rocks. And this was all thanks to the shield of the 6th soldier at the front. At this moment, the 2nd grade shield was full of bumps and hollows, showing just how terrifying the impact of the stone was. Kaji felt a stinging pain in his hands as he blocked the rocks. He was an experienced Kaji and knew that the bones in his arms were cracked. "I can't use the large shield anymore," Kaji said in the group. The rest of the Kaji students in the group all had ugly expressions. Without the protection of a large shield, they would not be able to block the next rock shower. If the elite stoneskin worm is so hard to deal with, then wouldn't the king stoneskin worm be even more terrifying? Transcendent Archie looked at the rest of the elite stoneskin worms and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense." Transcendent Esmond quickly stopped him, but it was too late. Transcendent Archie said it out loud. Transcendent Esmond looked around and did not find anything, so he let out a sigh of relief. "Do you really think the appearance of the elite stoneskin worms is because of me?" Transcendent Archie looked at Transcendent Esmond speechlessly. "Let's go around from the other side. We can't fight these elite stoneskin worms head-on. We don't care, but these little guys won't be able to take it." Transcendent Esmond gave up on the idea of leaving the rocks as quickly as possible and pointed in another direction. It was the direction where David was, but David's body was tense. He suppressed his breathing and blood flow, and even his heartbeat was adjusted to an extremely low level. David used his sniper master's hiding ability to the extreme, even exceeding his usual level. Through the shadow attendant, he saw a 15-meter-long stone-skin worm swimming past the boulder he was on. Its wriggling body did not reveal any presence. However, David used the shadow attendant's eyes to feel the danger of death. This was a powerful insectoid that could kill him at any time. A level 3 insectoid, David thought. He never thought that he would be so close to a level 3 insectoid one day. What kind of concept was a level 3 insectoid? If a transcendent encountered one alone, a weaker level 3 insectoid might be able to deal with it, but killing it would not be easy. To kill a level 3 insectoid, multiple transcendent members had to surround it. At least, all the level 3 materials so far were obtained from the corpses of level 3 insectoids killed by the transcendent. Why were level 3 materials so precious? It was because every level 3 insectoid that was killed was obtained by the transcendent at great risk. In this regard, the military's harvest on Warstar was the most important. Most of the level 3 materials came from there, while the rest came from the Warzone bases. Of course, this did not mean that there were no other ways to kill a level 3 insectoid. Even level 4 insectoids had been killed before, but using those super powerful energy weapons resulted in the destruction of the environment and the destruction of the insectoid corpses. Using super powerful energy weapons to attack the powerful Zerg, they would not be able to obtain any grade materials in the end. Sometimes, they might be lucky enough to have some leftover. This was also the origin of the Federation's legend of Grade 4 equipment. It would take decades or even centuries of accumulation to produce a Grade 4 equipment. The more David understood the Transcendent, the more he understood how terrifying a level 3 insectoid was. And this stone-skin worm king in front of him gave David an even more terrifying feeling. It was even more terrifying than the Cyclops beetle from before. At this moment, David could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If he had known that there was such a terrifying stone-skin worm king here, a level 3 insectoid, he would not have dared to hunt one here. Fortunately, the 2 Transcendent and the 6 Kaji had ambushed him and lured out the stone-skin worm king. Otherwise, he would not have known when he would have to face it. Transcendent Esmond led the way, followed by Archie Transcendent and the 6 Kaji supporting each other. Damn it, it's the stone-skin worm king. Transcendent Esmond could not help but exclaim when he saw the stone-skin worm king right in front of him. This place was so close to the Academy base. How could there be such a large group of stone-skin worms? A stone-skin worm king was one of the strongest insectoids on the Guardian planet. Transcendent Esmond did not have the time to discuss Archie Transcendent's jinx. He was considering whether to leave or continue fighting. He did not have a mission to save Canning in the first place. If he left now, even if he had to fly away with Canning, it was still possible. However, with Archie Transcendent around, if he left without a proper discussion, Archie Transcendent might not agree. Archie, what do we do? Transcendent Esmond did not use a loudspeaker this time. Instead, he asked through the communication channel between the Transcendent armors. Transcendent Archie understood what Transcendent Esmond was asking. Abandoning the rest of the Kaji and leaving with only the target under his protection was a choice. However, if he did nothing and fled as soon as he saw a level 3 insectoid, he would become a joke in the Transcendent circle. Of course, if the 2 Transcendent did not bring anyone with them, there would not be such a problem. However, this choice would only be made when there was no other choice. Let's see how strong the Stone-Skin Worm King is. Transcendent Archie replied through the communication channel. Transcendent Esmond and Transcendent Archie exchanged glances. Both Transcendent Esmond Transcendent took a step forward and brandished their level 3 swords at the same time. Against a level 3 insectoid, the 2 Transcendent dared not act alone. They needed to work together. The 6 Kaji behind them were already pale. The Stone-Skin Worm King was no longer hiding its presence after being discovered. A terrifying aura surged towards them. The 2 Transcendent Esmond Kaji blocked a portion of the aura, but the rest made the 6 Kaji feel extremely pressured. Chapter 358. Kill. Transcendent Esmond shouted loudly. His left foot tapped on the ground, turning the rocks on the ground into dust. Under the protection of the Transcendent's armor, he dashed towards the Stone-Skin Worm King like a flash of green lightning. Transcendent Archie sped up from the other side and dashed towards the other side of the Stone-Skin Worm King. The Stone-Skin Worm King did not have any limbs, only its body. This was why the 2 Transcendent dared to test it, even though they knew it was a rank 3 insectoid. The Stone-Skin Worm King was the weakest rank 2 insectoid. After the Stone-Skin Worm King became a king, it would evolve into an innate ability that exceeded its race. Looking at the Stone-Skin Worm King in front of them, the 2 Transcendent suspected that it had evolved into the defensive ability of the Stone-Skin Worm King. From the Stone-Skin Worm King's appearance, they could not see any other special innate abilities. Under normal circumstances, the special innate abilities of the insectoids will be displayed on the outside of their body. Transcendent Esmond's rank 3 longsword came into contact with the Stone-Skin Worm King's skin. He could not help but feel happy. This meant that the Stone-Skin Worm King's speed did not increase by much and was still restricted by the Stone-Skin Worm King. This caused the Stone-Skin Worm King to lose the initiative in the battle. The rank 3 longsword slid across the Stone-Skin Worm King's skin, but it still managed to cut open a wound. The wound started to bleed a little green blood, but it immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. David saw this through the eyes of the Shadow Servant, and he couldn't help but be shocked by the Stone-Skinned Worm King's defense and recovery speed. It was a rank 3 weapon. Although it was only a light longsword, in Transcendent Esmond's hands, its power was definitely much stronger than David's rank 3 heavy axe. David's rank 3 heavy axe had almost never met an opponent that could resist it. As long as it hit, it would split the opponent in half. However, Transcendent Esmond's sword only left a shallow wound on the Stoneskin Worm King's body that quickly healed. Even if this Stoneskin Worm King was placed in front of David, he wouldn't be able to kill it even if David wanted to. David was extremely envious of the Stone-Skinned Worm King's ability. He even had thoughts of killing the Stone-Skinned Worm King to obtain its soul and obtain its natural ability. However, he calmed down when he saw Archie Transcendent's grade 3 longsword slash at the Stone-Skinned Worm King, and the wound healed automatically. This Stone-Skinned Worm King was not something he could deal with. In the future, he could invite the Transcendent of the Academy to hunt it together. Haha, this Stone-Skinned Worm King only evolved its defense. Transcendent Esmond said with a laugh. Let's see how much blood it can bleed. Archie Transcendent said with a smile. When they saw the Stone-Skinned Worm King's shocking defense and recovery ability, they were not shocked. Instead, they were happy because this confirmed the evolution direction of the Stone-Skinned Worm. No matter how strong the Stone-Skinned Worm King's defense and recovery were, they could still grind it to death. Especially when the Stone-Skinned Worm King made a move, the other Stone-Skinned Worms remained motionless, as if they would not interfere with the King's battle. The two Transcendent didn't know what the Stone-Skinned Worms were thinking, but they wouldn't give up such an opportunity. Esmond Transcendent and Archie Transcendent's movement speed increased. The grade 3 longswords in their hands continuously inflicted wounds on the Stone-Skinned Worm King's body. The Stone-Skinned Worm King wanted a counterattack, but every attack missed. Its speed could not keep up with the speed of the two Transcendent. There was indeed a problem with the evolution direction of the Stone-Skinned Worm King. Although its racial innate ability had been pushed to an unimaginable level, it did not possess the attack power of a grade 3 insectoid. The two grade 3 long swords continued to inflict wounds, but the Stone-Skinned Worm King did not care about the wounds. It was angry that it could not attack the enemy, so it changed its attack method. Its thick tail swept the ground, and a large number of rocks flew towards the two Transcendent. The two Transcendent had to slow down their attacks and dodge the rocks. Esmond, we can't let this drag on any longer. Let's go all out. Transcendent Archie frowned. Okay. Transcendent Esmond nodded. The two Transcendent's body surged with a strange energy. The two grade 3 longsword's green glow became even more dazzling, as if there was water flowing on the surface of the longswords. David saw the abnormality of the two Transcendent's grade 3 longswords and felt the strange energy flowing on them. This energy made David feel extreme danger, but also an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Transcendent power, this is transcendent power. David knew what kind of energy this was. The Transcendent he had met before rarely used this kind of energy. Although he had interacted with the Transcendent many times, he had rarely seen the power of the Transcendent. After the Transcendent Esmond dodged the flying rocks, the grade 3 longsword in its hand struck the Stone-Skinned Worm King again. Unlike the previous attack, the grade 3 longsword smoothly cut into the Stone-Skinned Worm King's skin. This time, the damage was much greater than any of the previous attacks. The entire grade 3 longsword sank into the Stone-Skinned Worm King's body, causing damage to its skin, muscles, and even internal organs. For the first time, the Stone-Skinned Worm King let out an earth-shattering roar. It quickly rolled its body. Transcendent Esmond quickly pulled back the sword. Otherwise, the grade 3 longsword might have been swept away. Archie did the same. This time, because the Stone-Skinned Worm King rolled around, it didn't cause too deep of a wound. Instead, it caused a very long one. The Stone-Skinned Worm King's body was covered in green blood. This time, the recovery process was slower. As its body rolled, a large number of rocks flew up, forcing the two Transcendent Esmond to dodge. At that moment, all the Stone-Skinned Worms stopped watching and surrounded the two Transcendent Esmond and the 6 Kaji Esmond. Not good. Let's leave first. We'll kill it later, Transcendent Esmond said in a deep voice. In fact, if it had been a Transcendent Esmond, he might have used the power of the Transcendent from the start. But since the Transcendent Archie was there, he had to consider the danger of exhausting the power of the Transcendent. The two Transcendent Esmond restrained each other, so they did not go all out in the beginning of the battle. It was too late to end the battle quickly. Transcendent Al was about to agree when he instinctively sensed danger. Without any hesitation, he retreated in a flash. Compared to Transcendent Archie, Transcendent Esmond, who also sensed the danger, reacted a beat slower. This was the difference between living in a war zone and living in a peaceful area all year round. Both had the same sense of danger, but the reaction speed was completely different. Transcendent Esmond retreated a step slower than Transcendent Archie. He saw the Stoneskin Worm King open its mouth and spit out a gray gas at them. The source of the danger was the gray gas. The gray gas was extremely fast. Transcendent Esmond tried his best to dodge, but he could only move half of his body. Transcendent Esmond felt that he had lost feeling in his legs below his thighs. It was as if his legs had been affected by the gray gas and had solidified. Transcendent Esmond's armor did not protect him. If it was not for Transcendent Esmond activating the armor's flight function, he would have fallen to the ground. Without any hesitation, Transcendent Esmond shot up into the sky and tried to escape as fast as he could. Hundreds of rocks of various sizes flew at Transcendent Esmond. Because of his legs, Transcendent Esmond was not agile enough to dodge, so he was hit by many of the rocks. Transcendent Esmond's armor wrapped around him. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. His bones and muscles were damaged by the rocks. Fortunately, Transcendent Esmond's armor was strong enough. The damage was all concussive, so it was not fatal. He ignored the pain and rushed out of the range of the rocks. Transcendent Archie's dodging was fast, but it was not unscathed. His body dodged, but his left forearm was swept by the gray gas. He immediately lost feeling in his left forearm. Transcendent Archie reacted the same way as Transcendent Esmond. His first thought was to run. The Stoneskin Worm King's ability was too overpowered. Staying here would be suicide. He activated the flying ability of the extraordinary armor. Before he left, he flew to the side of Soldier Number 3. Using the only hand he could use to hold the sword, he used 3 fingers to grab the exoskeleton armor of Soldier Number 3. Then, he soared into the sky. As Transcendent Archie rose into the sky, countless rocks flew at it. The biggest threat was the Stoneskin Worm King's attack. At that moment, Transcendent Archie made a choice that shocked David. Transcendent Archie put Kaji Number 3 in front of itself. The rocks that could only injure Transcendent Archie Number 3 broke Kaji Number 3's exoskeleton armor and then his body. Transcendent Archie Number 3 used Kaji Number 3's body to block the first wave of rocks. It then threw away Kaji Number 3's broken body and flew away. Although the two Transcendent Esmond had escaped, it was obvious that the Stoneskin Worm King did not want to let them go. It chased after the two Transcendent Esmond. Before it left, it spat out a gray gas at the remaining 5 Kaji Number 3. The 5 Kaji Number 3 were stunned by the scene of the two Transcendent Esmond escaping. They were enveloped by the gray gas without any resistance. They stood still on the spot like statues. The Stoneskin Worm King did not care about them. It led the group of Stoneskin Worms and chased after the two Transcendent Esmond. David waited for a while. The shadow attendant observed that the Stoneskin Worms were 500 meters away before he came out of the boulder. He first went to the Kaji Number 3 and took off one of the Kaji Number 3's helmet. When he saw the face under the mask, David was shocked because the face under the mask was actually carved out of stone. David knew that it was not a real stone sculpture. It was the result of the gray gas that the Stoneskin Worm King spat out. David then took off the other Kaji Number 3's helmets. Finally, he saw a familiar face. He recognized it at first glance. Canning had already lost his life force. His soul had been absorbed by the shadow attendant. David shook his head. He did not expect the former president to die in the hands of the insectoids. David had already decided to kill Canning. Being targeted by a master sniper meant that there was almost no chance of survival. David asked the shadow servants to put away the 6 rank 2 weapons and looked in the direction. He wouldn't go back the way he came. There was a king stoneskin worm there, and with his battle power, even an elite stoneskin worm would be troublesome, let alone a king stoneskin worm. He turned his head and looked at the center of the boulder. That was where the stoneskin worm king lived. David felt that the stoneskin worm was giving off a strange feeling. He had never heard of a stoneskin worm being able to sense a creature within 100 meters. He had never heard of an elite stoneskin worm being able to control rocks to form an armor on its body. It could even use them as a deadly AoE attack. He had also never heard of a stoneskin worm king being able to spit out gray gas to petrify its enemies. Even the transcendent Esmond could not defend against it. David felt that he might be able to find the answer in the center of the boulder. It was a feeling in his mind, or rather, it was a result of his analysis of the situation. Without hesitation, David did not know when he would have another chance like this again if the Stoneskin Worm King and most of the Stoneskin Worms were chasing after the 2 transcendent Esmond. He quickly moved through the boulder. As he got closer and closer to the center of the boulder, Little White, who was in his exoskeleton armor, suddenly moved. Little White's ability to hide its presence was even better than David's. Little White's body was very weak. As long as it suppressed its presence, it would be like a normal snake or insect. Plus, it was using David's body to hide its presence. Because it was so close to David, even if the Stoneskin Worm King appeared, Little White would not be afraid. David gave it a very strong sense of security. Now that Little White suddenly moved, it wanted David to communicate with it. David and Little White connected mentally. Little White told David that there was a special energy in that direction. In this sense, David was far inferior to Little White. Little White's transcendent direction seemed to strengthen this direction. David was happy. He comforted Little White with his mind and immediately ran in the direction Little White pointed. The shadow attendant in front of him was checking for possible dangers. This allowed David to run faster. He knew that the Stoneskin Worms could return at any time. He did not have much time left. Chapter 359. David left a trace of consciousness in the shadow attendant's body. He saw a cave in front of him, but there were 2 elite stone-skinned worms guarding it. The 2 elite stone-skinned worms were covered in rocks. They leaned against each other and blocked most of the cave entrance. David's excitement suddenly disappeared. He didn't expect to see 2 elite stone-skinned worms here. He had seen how scary they were before. But since he was already here, David didn't want to leave. With his current attack power, the only thing he could do to the elite stone-skinned worms was sniping. But the environment here wasn't good for sniping. Even in an environment with piles of rocks, the best sniping distance would not exceed 200 meters. Plus the defense of the elite stone-skinned worms, a level 3 sniper bullet might not be able to penetrate it. This sniping wouldn't have much effect. David didn't have much time to think about it. He knew the only weakness of the elite stone-skinned worms was their slow speed. Therefore, with a flash of his body, he rushed towards the 2 elite stone-skinned worms with the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. The 2 elite stone-skinned worms saw David and immediately let out a warning howl. At the same time, they were ready to fight. David rushed in front of the 2 elite stone-skinned worms. Before he could attack, the 2 elite stone-skinned worms opened their mouths and bit towards him from both sides. This was one of the few ways the elite stone-skinned worms attacked. Its speed was slow even for David, so David easily sped up and rushed past the biting of the 2 elite stone-skinned worms. At this moment, he was very close to the 2 elite stone-skinned worms. Before the 2 elite stone-skinned worms were about to squeeze and crush him, 2 patterns were sent out from David's soul. This time, David used both patterns on the wall of the soul fortress. The bewitching pattern flew towards the elite stone-skinned worm on the left, and the slumbering pattern flew towards the elite stone-skinned worm on the right. The two elite stone-skin worms shuddered. David took the opportunity to lower his body and dashed into the cave. The cave wasn't big. It was like a big hole was dug in the ground, and then huge rocks were erected around it to form the cave. What attracted David's attention was a jade-like rock the size of a person in the middle of the cave. At such a close distance, he could clearly feel the strange energy emitted from the rock. Without any hesitation, the shadow servant flew past the jade stone, and the jade stone was instantly stored in the spatial ring. David's eyes scanned the cave, but he didn't find anything else that caught his attention. It had only been 2 seconds since he entered the cave. Without stopping, he turned around and dashed towards the entrance of the cave. David knew very well that the two patterns didn't achieve the desired effect. The two elite stone-skinned worms weren't bewitched or turned into puppets. Therefore, when David rushed out of the cave, he was still very careful. Fortunately, his spirit was strong enough. Although the two patterns didn't bewitch the two elite stone-skinned worms, they still didn't wake up in more than 2 seconds. David stuck close to the body of an elite stone-skinned worm and flashed out of the cave. Just as he exited the cave, the elite stone-skinned worm on the right had already woken up. This elite stone-skinned worm had been bewitched by the slumbering pattern. Since it was close to level 3, it had a very strong resistance to the slumbering pattern, and it had just woken up. The elite stone-skinned worm roared at David as soon as it woke up. It then swept its tail on the ground, and a large number of rocks flew towards David. Even the rocks on the elite stone-skinned worm's body were slightly trembling, as if they could be hit at any time. David knew that with his defense, he wouldn't be able to block the rocks from the elite stone-skinned worm. Even the Transcendent had to be careful when dealing with it. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back at all. He shot out the arrow of spirit. The distance between the two sides was very close, and the elite stone-skinned worm was slow to begin with. Therefore, the arrow of spirit hit the elite stone-skinned worm. The elite stone-skinned worm's body froze. It had just woken up from the slumbering pattern, and it was once again hit by the arrow of will. This arrow of will dealt a heavy blow to its soul. David focused his mind, and the shadow attendant took out a level 2 shield from the portal ring. Looking at the scars on it, it was Kaji's damaged level 2 shield. At the same time, the level 3 heavy axe in David's hand disappeared as the shadow attendant put it into the portal ring. David shrunk his whole body behind the level 2 shield, which he rarely did. The rocks that were swept by the elite stone-skinned worm's tail flew over and heavily smashed on the level 2 shield. The level 2 shield made a series of heavy sounds. David used a little trick of Kaji's to send his body flying in the direction of the impact. When the momentum reached its peak, the short wings on David's back spewed out energy. He turned around and kept the level 2 shield behind him as he flew towards the sky. A second later, the elite stone-skinned worm recovered from the arrow of will. It let out a crazy roar towards David, who was only a little bit left in the sky. Following that, all the rocks on the elite stone-skinned worm's body left its body and flew towards David in the sky. These rocks carried a strange energy and were extremely fast. David flew for more than 300 meters, but they still caught up with him in an instant. Then, the level 2 shield made another smashing sound. Different from the rocks just now, the level 2 shield this time was enough to directly kill any Kaji. But at this moment, David was in midair, and he had activated the Great Shield Warrior's Force Deflection skill. Most of the attack power was converted into his body's forward momentum, which reduced the attack power by more than half. David's body flew away at an even faster speed. However, under the helmet, David forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were injured by the rocks. Fortunately, he had a Grade 2 shield and a Grade 3 exoskeleton armor, so he did not suffer any serious injuries from this round of attacks. His current injuries did not affect his ability to escape. A bottle of eternal holy water was injected into his body, and his injuries were quickly healed. The stone-skinned worm king that was chasing the two Transcendent suddenly stopped. It sensed that something was wrong with the cave. Then, it heard a faint roar. The stone-skinned worm king let out a loud roar towards all the other stone-skinned worms. Then, it turned around and rushed towards the cave. When the stone-skinned worm king moved, the rocks on the ground seemed to be helping it, allowing it to move faster. After a while, the stone-skinned worm king returned to the cave. It saw the two elite stone-skinned worms guarding the cave. One of them had lost all the rocks on its body, and it was extremely weak. The other one was trembling strangely as if it was fighting against something. The stone-skinned worm king did not care about the two elite stone-skinned worms and rushed into the cave. A muffled roar sounded from the pile of rocks, and then it spread over tens of kilometers. All the insectoids in the area looked towards that direction in fear. The stone-skinned worm king slowly swam out of the cave. Its emotionless eyes were filled with extreme anger. The elite stone-skinned worm was still resisting the bewitchment pattern. The bewitchment pattern was much more overbearing than the slumber pattern. Until now, the elite stone-skinned worm still couldn't get rid of the bewitchment pattern's influence. The stone-skinned worm king looked at the elite stone-skinned worm. The stone-skinned worm king sensed a foreign presence from the elite stone-skinned worm. It was furious that it lost its treasure, and the helplessness of the elite stone-skinned worm made it furious. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of gray gas. Then, the two elite stone-skinned worms standing at the door slowly stiffened, especially the one without its stone-like armor. Its skin had turned into real stone instead of the active stone-like skin it used to have. The stone-skinned worm king looked towards the direction of the academy base. It knew very well where these humans came from. If it lost a normal treasure, the stone-skinned worm king would not have risked its life for it. But it was different this time. The incubating crystal was not a normal stone. The stone-skinned worms originally owned a krypton crystal mine, but a group of iron-winged bat worms came a while ago. The stone-skinned worms were not afraid of physical attacks, but their resistance to high-frequency sound waves was too weak, and the krypton crystal mine could not be defended. The stone-skinned worm king was strong enough. Its level was higher than the iron-winged bat worm king. Although it was naturally countered, the iron-winged bat worm king could not do anything to it in a short period of time. After it lost, it did not want to be killed, so it chose to retreat and give up the krypton crystal mine. The stone-skinned worms only took the incubating crystal and a large number of stone-skinned worm eggs with them. Then they found this pile of rocks. The incubating crystal was the treasure of the stone-skinned worms. The reason why the krypton mine could maintain so much krypton was because of the incubating crystal. The incubating crystal had a type of energy field. In this energy field, all stone-type items would be strengthened. The reason why this group of stone-skinned worms had so many powerful special abilities was also because of the incubation crystal. Leveling up in the energy field of the incubation crystal would give them the ability to control the stone. The elite stone-skinned worm could control the stones to form an armor on its body. The longer the stones were on the elite stone-skinned worm, the harder the stones would become. This was the special energy that the incubating crystal gave to the elite stone-skinned worms. By using this energy in an instant, they could control the stone armor to perform a one-time fatal attack. This was only the effect of the elite stone-skinned worms. The stone-skinned worm king even had the ability to petrify. If it wasn't for the fact that they naturally countered each other, the pseudo-rank 3 iron-winged bat bugs wouldn't be able to threaten the stone-skinned worm king at all. The long-range high-frequency sound wave attacks were basically useless against the stone-skinned worm king, and it could only passively receive the attacks. The incubating crystal was so important that the stone-skinned worm king did not want to lose it. After losing the incubating crystal, the stone-skinned worms would become the weakest level 2 insect group again. David flew for 200 kilometers. When he could see the safe zone, he let out a long sigh of relief. He did not return to the safe zone. Instead, he descended from the sky and checked the wounds on his body. His injuries were not bad. After drinking the holy water of aging, his internal injuries had healed. There were only some minor injuries that did not affect his fighting ability. Little White, can you find the transcendent that escaped first? David connected with Little White and asked. He was afraid that Little White would not understand. So he described the figure of the transcendent Esmond to Little White. Little White said that it remembered the scent, but it needed to find the trail first. Otherwise, it would not be able to follow the scent. David clenched his teeth and flew back the way he came. He remembered the general direction the transcendent Esmond escaped in. Although it was risky to return to the rocky area, he still wanted to try. As for why he chose the transcendent Esmond instead of the Archie transcendent, it was because the transcendent Esmond was more heavily injured. David did not have the confidence to face a transcendent that only had one hand injured. On the other hand, although Kaji number 3 was battered by the rocks, his face was still intact. David guessed that the transcendent Archie was there to protect Kaji number 3. Although the transcendent Archie used Kaji number 3 as a shield in the end, the transcendent Archie would not take Kaji number 3 for no reason. When he was still some distance away from the pile of rubble, David heard an angry roar coming from the rubble. That roar made his scalp tingle even though he was flying in the air. It was obvious that it was because of the treasure in his spatial ring. Unfortunately, with his current knowledge, he could not recognize what the treasure was. Fortunately, David was in the first college of Iridia. This was one of the places with the most knowledge in the entire Interstellar Federation. He only needed to spend some time, and he should be able to find something. David tried his best to hide his scent and carefully flew near the rocky area. He recalled the scene when the transcendent Esmond escaped. Based on the current situation, he calculated the escape route of the transcendent Esmond. Chapter 360. While David was flying in the air, trying to find the escape route of the transcendent Esmond, Little White suddenly moved when he reached a calculated location. David was overjoyed. Little White told him that it had found the aura of the transcendent Esmond and had locked onto it. It had not been long since the transcendent Esmond had left, so Little White could clearly lock onto the aura. Following the direction Little White provided, David flew into the distance. Following the aura, Little White constantly pointed out the correct direction. David checked the map through his helmet and realized that he was not heading in the direction of the 3 Academy bases. He did not understand why the Transcendent, which had suffered such heavy injuries, did not head to the nearest safe area and instead headed in an unknown direction. However, he did not give up on the pursuit. Little White's ability was fully revealed at this moment. Compared to Kaji, who was wearing an exoskeleton armor, Little White had almost no combat ability. It also did not have the ability to deal with Zergs. Even if it was a level 1 Zerg, Little White would most likely be killed in an instant. However, David did not care about Little White's combat ability when he accepted it. Who would expect a small snake that could barely wrap around his wrist to have any combat ability? Of course, if Little White did not wear the exoskeleton armor as a Transcendent, it would not have a problem killing Kaji with poison. Since the Transcendent Little White did not reflect the characteristics of the Transcendent in combat, it naturally had abilities that surpassed other creatures in other aspects. Little White was currently displaying this ability. The Transcendent had very tight control over its own aura, so the amount of aura it could release was very limited. In addition, the Transcendent could fly, so the aura in the air was easily dispersed, which increased the difficulty of tracking. Whitey, on the other hand, was able to easily track down Transcendent Esmond. It was as if Transcendent Esmond had left a trail behind. After chasing for about 500 kilometers, Little White led David to an open area. Little White told David that the target was just ahead. David landed on the ground and moved forward carefully. There were very few items that could be hidden here, which affected his speed. However, when he approached the location that Little White had confirmed, he didn't see anything. Even through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he didn't see anything unusual in front of him. However, Little White was 100% sure that the target was right in front of them. This time, David draped the camouflage cloth over his body and crawled forward while lying on the ground. It took him 10 minutes to crawl a kilometer forward from his hiding place. The shadow attendant suddenly passed through an energy barrier, and behind the barrier was a spaceship. This spaceship was a civilian spaceship. This could be seen from the design of the spaceship. In order to increase speed, this spaceship had almost no space for combat. Two huge krypton crystal engines took up half of the spaceship's volume. The rest of the spaceship was at most 30 square meters in size. This was a spaceship designed for speed. Of course, the cost of this spaceship was much higher than larger civilian spaceships. In order to withstand the effects of high speed, the spaceship's body structure had to be very strong. This spaceship was made of a level 2 insectoid shell alloy. It was almost the same material as an exoskeleton armor. The cost of an exoskeleton armor was very high. The size of this spaceship alone was equivalent to hundreds of exoskeleton armors. At this moment, the two huge krypton crystal engines had been activated and were maintaining the shield that enveloped the spaceship. This shield had the ability to hide light and isolate energy and signals. If Little White hadn't locked onto the Esmond Transcendent's aura, David wouldn't have believed that there was a spaceship in front of him. The distance between the shield and the spaceship was 20 meters. This was already very far. David carefully moved forward and arrived in front of the shield. The shadow attendant entered the interior of the spaceship. The interior of the spaceship was very simple. Because the two huge krypton crystal engines took up a lot of space, there was only a transparent wall between the cockpit and the living quarters. After the shadow servant entered the cockpit, he saw that the injured transcendent was soaking in the gene repair cabin in the living cabin with his eyes closed. The shadow attendant couldn't reach the genetic repair pod from the cockpit. It flew to the front of the cockpit and quickly tapped on the display with its invisible fingers. Lines of code entered the piloting system. Soon, a gap appeared in the energy shield in front of David, and he climbed in. David was very careful. The Sniper Master's ability to hide his aura was at its peak. He was afraid that if he was discovered, he would have to face a transcendent, even if it was an injured transcendent. According to David's original plan, he was going to snipe the injured transcendent. However, he did not expect to see such a spaceship parked there. It seemed that the spaceship was specially designed for planets like the Guardian planet that were infested with Zergs. David even found out through the shadow attendant that the spaceship could emit a device that simulated the aura of a level 3 Zerg. Although this method of simulating the aura of a level 3 Zerg could deter Zergs below level 3 from approaching, if a level 3 Zerg were to appear, the level 3 Zerg would immediately find the spaceship. However, based on the density of level 3 Zergs on the Guardian planet, simulating the aura of a level 3 Zerg was much safer than not. In addition, the spaceship had chosen a flat area with little energy. Even Zergs rarely appeared in this area, so it would reduce the chance of encountering a level 3 Zerg. David came to the bottom of the spaceship. He could feel the two huge krypton crystal engines vibrating slightly and generating a powerful energy. The shadow attendant went through the transparent wall. If the wall was to be passed through normally, it would need to be identified. However, the shadow attendant did not need to do so. David was controlling the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant flew to the side of the genetic repair pod. The transcendent Esmond was soaking in the genetic repair pod. His legs were still grayish-white. The genetic repair pod had not improved at all. However, the transcendent Esmond's injuries were recovering. David was very familiar with the genetic repair pod. During his previous training, he had to use the genetic repair pod every day. He had also studied the internal program of the genetic repair pod. The shadow attendant's finger tapped lightly on the genetic repair pod's control panel. The genetic repair pod contained a type of paralyzing drug. It was used during first aid to make the healer quiet down for a short period of time. Excessive struggle would cause the genetic repair pod to be unable to repair the damaged body. Therefore, the genetic repair pod had this type of paralyzing drug. This type of paralyzing drug did not have a very strong effect. It could only affect the healer's perception of the outside world and reduce their reaction to pain. It would not cause the healer to lose consciousness completely. There was an additional drug in the genetic repair pod. This drug was dispersed in the genetic repair pod and was slowly absorbed by the transcendent Esmond's body. The transcendent Esmond, who was originally nervous, slowly relaxed. This made him feel that the recovery process of his body was going smoothly. Although he was curious as to why the genetic repair pod would automatically add more drugs, as long as the situation was good and the recovery was promoted, the transcendent Esmond was not too worried. He did not believe that anyone would be able to enter the spaceship silently. After all, the protective shield outside the spaceship was provided by 2 huge Krypton crystal engines. It could even defend against multiple attacks from a level 3 Zerg for a short period of time. The spaceship would have enough time to leave during the level 3 Zerg's attack. This was also why the transcendent Esmond was not worried about letting the spaceship stay where it was. He was even more worried about the spaceship's flying mode. This was because there was no concealment during flight. It would be even more dangerous. The shadow attendant looked at the spatial wristband on the transcendent Esmond's wrist. This spatial wristband was tightly fastened to the transcendent Esmond's wrist. It would not be easy to remove it. The shadow attendant's fingers continued to move. The genetic repair pod slowed down a little. A portion of the genetic repair pod seemed to be affected by the spatial wristband on the transcendent Esmond and was constantly trying to repair the spatial wristband. The transcendent Esmond was currently under the influence of the paralyzing drug. His brain's reaction was a little sluggish. He instinctively hoped that the genetic repair pod could speed up the recovery process. He did not hesitate to remove the spatial wristband. Right after he removed the spatial wristband, the genetic repair pod accelerated the recovery of his body. The transcendent Esmond held onto the spatial wristband and enjoyed the genetic repair pod's treatment. As time passed, his hands slowly relaxed. David was not anxious at all. This was because he was controlling the genetic repair pod through the shadow attendant. He could monitor the transcendent Esmond's injuries at any time. The transcendent Esmond's injuries were very serious. Needless to say, his legs were completely unusable. Furthermore, because they could not solidify for a long time, he had to use the genetic repair pod every once in a while. Otherwise, his legs would affect his body. Unless the transcendent Esmond had the heart to cut off his legs, it would not be easy for the transcendent to repair his legs. The transcendent's body had long surpassed that of an ordinary person and was far superior to that of Kaji. Only a small number of level 3 and above treasures could repair the transcendent's severed limbs. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the transcendent Esmond would not amputate his legs. This was only the injury to the transcendent Esmond's legs. His entire body, from his skin to his muscles, to his bones and internal organs, had suffered extremely serious damage. He had only entered the genetic repair pod not long before David had arrived. So far, only a small portion of his injuries had been healed. The spatial wristband was very important to the transcendent Esmond. Although he had slowly loosened his grip due to the paralysis pod, he had not completely let go of the spatial wristband. The transcendent Esmond's hand had only loosened slightly before he immediately tightened his grip. This was an instinct for the spatial wristband. However, when the transcendent Esmond tightened his grip, he grabbed nothing. The moment he loosened his grip, the shadow attendant, who had been watching him, wrapped up the spatial item and brought it out of the genetic repair pod. The items wrapped up by the shadow attendant would be brought from the real world into a special space. This was why the transcendent Esmond had grabbed nothing. Fortunately, the spatial wristband was not heavy. The shadow attendant, who could carry up to 200 grams of weight, passed through the cabin wall with the spatial wristband and delivered it to David. David took the spatial wristband and placed it in the storage box at the waist of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. At that moment, the transcendent Esmond in the genetic repair pod suddenly opened his eyes. The power of the transcendent flowed through his body, dispelling the effects of the paralysis pod. The fully awake, transcendent Esmond looked at his hands in disbelief. The spatial wristband in his hands had indeed disappeared. He searched in the genetic repair fluid again, but did not find any trace of the spatial wristband. By now, the transcendent Esmond was 100% sure that someone had stolen his spatial wristband. He wanted to open the genetic repair pod, but he realized that the genetic repair pod did not listen to his command. The transcendent Esmond slammed his palm on the genetic repair pod's cover. A huge force shattered the cover, causing the genetic repair fluid and the genetic repair pod's cover to scatter in all directions. He climbed out of the genetic repair pod. Only then did he realize that since he had lost the spatial wristband, he did not have the transcendent armor and had lost the ability to fly. As a transcendent, he could only walk with his hands instead of his legs. "Who is it? Who's here?" The transcendent Esmond shouted as he looked into the cabin. His face was contorted. Although he was injured and his senses were affected, he was still in a state of panic when someone sneaked into his spaceship and stole his space bracer. Who was it that had done such a thing to him? If the other party was strong enough, why didn't they choose to kill him directly? Why did they toy with him? Just as the transcendent Esmond shouted, the door to the spaceship's cockpit opened. A figure wearing a strange exoskeleton armor walked in. "Transcendent, what's your name? Why did you ambush me? Who's behind this?" David walked into the spaceship's cockpit and asked the transcendent Esmond through the transparent wall. "It's you." The transcendent Esmond looked at Kaji in disbelief. This was his target, so of course he knew who he was. He had read David's information, especially the description of David's exoskeleton armor. This unique exoskeleton armor was David's trademark. However, the transcendent Esmond did not expect that while he was planning to kill David, David would be standing in front of him at this moment, and he had lost his transcendent armor and weapon. "Answer my question," David said in a deep voice. "Damn it, even a Kaji like you dares to humiliate me." The transcendent Esmond shouted. He pressed his hands against the ground and charged forward. In his estimation, the transparent wall in front of him should have sensed his presence and opened automatically. However, to his surprise, the transparent wall did not open automatically. The transcendent Esmond crashed heavily into the transparent wall. The transparent wall was used in a spaceship like this, so the material was naturally extremely hard. The transcendent Esmond felt like he had crashed into a rock. His forehead was red and swollen from the impact. You're controlling the spaceship." The moment the transcendent Esmond spoke, he felt that he had said something childish. If David had not controlled the spaceship, how could he have entered and stolen his spatial wristband? How could the transparent wall not recognize him? Chapter 361. David took 2 steps forward, and the transparent wall opened automatically as if he was the owner of the spaceship. Transcendent Esmond was extremely shocked and confused when he saw that his spaceship had been completely taken over by someone else. Transcendent Esmond's spaceship was not an ordinary spaceship. It was a spaceship specially designed by Badu Energy for Transcendent. Although the spaceship looked ordinary on the surface, the technology inside was very advanced. Among them was a defense program personally designed by Badu Energy's internal electronic warfare master. After being tested by Badu Energy's artificial intelligence system, it was determined that the defense program was difficult to crack. At that moment, David went from a genius sniper master to an even more mysterious person in Transcendent Esmond's eyes. Transcendent Esmond wondered if David had a background that even he did not know about. Otherwise, how could David easily crack the spaceship's defense program? He did not know that David had entered the cockpit through the shadow attendant and directly accessed the photon computer where the defense program was located. Under such circumstances, a master of electronic warfare like David could at least crack a defense program that was one level higher than his. David, do you think that I can't fight just because I'm injured, can't use my legs, and you took away my transcendent armor and weapons? You underestimate Transcendent too much. Transcendent Esmond sneered, even though he was in a sorry state. He did not answer David's question. Faced with David's pressure, he began to regain his composure. I also want to try fighting a Transcendent without Transcendent armor, David said calmly. He did not take off the weapon on his back. Instead, he made a fighting pose with his bare hands and then hooked his fingers at Transcendent Esmond. In the face of David's provocation, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Transcendent. Without hesitation, he activated the power of the Transcendent, pressed his hands against the ground, and pounced on David. Although David was wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor, he did not lower his guard at all. He activated both his extreme speed and strength shock talents, and his spirit was also in an explosive state. The speed of the Transcendent Esmond Transcendent was indeed astonishing after being enhanced by the power of the Transcendent. However, without his legs, his speed was greatly affected by the reaction force of his hands pressing against the ground. David turned his body sideways, causing Esmond Transcendent to miss. At the same time, David struck Esmond Transcendent's face with his palm, causing Esmond Transcendent to fall heavily to the ground. David frowned. Transcendent Esmond Transcendent's combat ability without his weapon was unexpectedly low. Perhaps because he was used to relying on his weapon, Esmond Transcendent's intention to attack with his bare hands was too obvious. He also did not have much skill, which greatly disappointed David. Without the desire to fight, David stopped the idea of continuing the attack. Tell me your name, and I will give you a dignified death, David said in a deep voice. Transcendent Esmond was very angry with his performance. The power of the Transcendent could increase his strength and speed, but he could not hit David's body. No matter how strong his strength and speed were, it was useless. In fact, what he did not know was that even if he hit David, it would not cause any damage. David's custom-made exoskeleton armor was grade 3. Transcendent Esmond Transcendent might be able to hurt David with his bare hands when he was wearing the Transcendent armor, but now he could not do it with his bare hands. This was the weakness of the Interstellar Federation. Even if it was as strong as Transcendent, it still required the support of the corresponding technological equipment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for it to fight against a level 2 Zerg alone. This was the reality. The strength of the Federation's powerhouses came from the combination of their abilities and technological equipment. Take Kaji, for example. No matter how strong Kaji was, without the exoskeleton armor, he could only reach the limit of 3,200 kilograms of strength. With this amount of strength, it would be impossible for him to break through the shell of a level 1 Zerg with a grade 1 weapon. David was slightly better. He had 66% of his unarmed combat ability, so without a weapon, he could still fight a little. My name is Esmond, and I belong to Beta Energy. Beta Energy is not something Akaji like you can shake. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by Beta Energy. If you let me go, I will give you all my wealth, enough for you to be promoted to Transcendent. Transcendent Esmond threatened while begging for mercy. As for keeping his identity a secret, it was meaningless. Transcendent Esmond was not a low-key Transcendent. As long as one had his picture, it would be easy to find some information about Transcendent through Skynet. Therefore, when Transcendent Esmond realized that he could not defeat David with brute force, he immediately adopted a cooperative attitude. Transcendent Esmond, since you've come to ambush me, you must have gotten hold of my information. No one can survive under my hands. You're not the first Transcendent to die under my hands. Transcendent Castle and Transcendent Gabriel were the same as you. They both wanted to kill me, but in the end, they all died under my hands. David didn't have much of a reaction to Transcendent Esmond's threat, nor did he desire wealth. David's current training progress was actually stuck in time. The time he had spent training was still too short. There was no way he could be compared to those geniuses who had received large amounts of precious resources from a young age. David was currently relying on level 3 strength and meat to catch up to those geniuses. Of course, this was only in terms of strength and vitality. In terms of weapon mastery, even veteran experts paled in comparison to him, let alone geniuses of the same age. At the very least, David had never seen Kaji who could wield a half-step perfect heavy axe mastery on his own. In terms of wealth, he had 15 billion in cash, 40 billion in fixed assets, and the Kerr intelligence organization constantly bringing him in credits. In addition, he would soon receive 5% of the profits from the Slaw Combat College. Let alone one person's share of transcendent resources, he would have enough credits for 10 people's share of transcendent resources. Transcendent Esmond's pleas for mercy did not move David's heart. Transcendent Castle and Transcendent Gabriel. Transcendent Esmond softly muttered these two names. Transcendent Castle was very famous because he fought on Warstar all year round and was an extremely battle-hungry Transcendent. The intelligence report stated that Transcendent Castle had been poisoned to death, but most of the analysis stated that this was an accident. Even the intelligence experts did not believe that David could poison a Transcendent in front of Transcendent. If Transcendent Castle was so easily poisoned, he would not have been able to survive on Warstar for so long. David had personally admitted that he had killed Transcendent Castle, which greatly shocked Transcendent Esmond. Transcendent Gabriel's death was also suspected to be David's doing, because the sniper master most likely to have acted at the time was David, who was on planet Lunka. After Transcendent Esmond learned that David had killed two Transcendent, he clearly knew that David did not fear Transcendent. Killing him would probably be as easy as killing an ordinary person. Transcendent Esmond sat on the ground, paralyzed, and asked as if he had given up hope. "What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Transcendent Esmond's question made David slightly tempted, but he quickly rejected this idea. There was still an empty slot for the Oath Stone in his spatial item. If he could bind Transcendent Esmond to the Oath Stone, then he would have an obedient Transcendent under his command. However, David quickly dismissed this idea because the term Transcendent made him unable to believe that the Oath Stone would work. What was a Transcendent? It was an extraordinarily powerful existence. No matter how desolate it appeared in front of David, it would definitely retaliate if it had the chance. David did not answer Transcendent Esmond's question. He just casually took out the Transcendent Stiletto from his calf. He did not dare be careless. Just now, he had knocked down Transcendent Esmond with a single palm strike. This was different from trying to kill Transcendent Esmond. David did not know if Transcendent Esmond still had any desperate moves, so at such a close distance, he naturally used the most effective method to kill his opponent. Transcendent Esmond saw David's actions and naturally understood David's intention. Within Transcendent Esmond's body, transcendent power surged. He instantly mobilized all of his transcendent power. Even if he risked being separated from his flesh, he would use transcendent power to unleash his strongest attack. If he wanted to kill him, then he would have to pay the price. David was just about to make his move when he felt Whitey twisting in his custom-made exoskeleton armor. This was Whitey sensing David's intention and wanting to help. Whitey's senses were extremely strong. It knew very well when it could move. For example, when facing Kaji in exoskeleton armor, transcendent in transcendent armor, or any other Zerg, it did not dare to move. However, although the enemy in front of it was strong, after being attacked by David and not wearing transcendent armor, Whitey felt that this was a battle it could participate in, so it was very active. David was also helpless. Whitey was obviously bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but the transcendent Esmond in front of him was not a pushover. However, he would not let Whitey's fighting spirit down, so he ordered Whitey to attack only after he attacked. David took a step forward and stabbed out with the transcendent stiletto in his hand. At the same time, a small hole opened at the side of his custom-made exoskeleton armor, and Whitey swam out. "You can die too," Transcendent Esmond roared. He stretched out one hand to slap David, while the other hand was placed in front of his throat. David's attack speed was very fast. He had planned it well. In front of Transcendent Esmond, he did not dare to have the slightest thought of holding back. Therefore, when he saw Transcendent Esmond's hand in front of his throat, the Transcendent Stiletto was already in front of Transcendent Esmond's hand. There was no time to change direction. Transcendent Esmond's other hand slapped heavily on the chest of David's exoskeleton armor. The transcendent power he had cultivated all his life was fully activated with this slap. When Transcendent Esmond slapped out, the skin on his palm and arm cracked, and the muscles on his arm were torn apart. When his palm hit David's chest, only a white bone palm was left. This was the result of using transcendent power that exceeded the Transcendent Esmond's physical strength. It did not care about the endurance of the body at all. Transcendent power would first destroy the enemy's body before attacking. David felt an unparalleled force smashing into his chest. His body flew backwards and crashed heavily into the cabin wall behind him. Waves of chest tightness almost made him faint. Fortunately, his mind was strong enough to recover in just 2 seconds. He checked his body and found that his ribs were cracked. His skin and muscles were also damaged. Transcendent Esmond was very proud when he hit David. He had actually turned the tables. In this situation, his rich experience came into play. He had studied David's intelligence and found that David liked to attack the enemy's vital points the most. More than 90% of his attack targets were the head. Among the head targets, the throat was David's favorite target. Therefore, Transcendent Esmond directly used his palm to block David's attack. However, he did not expect David to have a transcendent stiletto with spatial abilities. The strangeness of the attack made his heart palpitate. Transcendent Esmond's desperate attack succeeded in this situation of exchanging injury for injury. Of course, if he had not blocked David's killing blow with his hand, he would not have had any strength left to counterattack. However, after Transcendent Esmond hit David, he found something hard to accept from the transcendent power feedback. The exoskeleton armor on David's body was actually made of level 3 materials. This made Transcendent Esmond's counterattack extremely weak. After exhausting all of his transcendent power and paying the price of 2 hands, he only managed to injure David a little. Transcendent Esmond was very sure that David's injury was not fatal. His attack was at most equivalent to the full force attack of a peak Grade 2 insectoid. It could injure a Grade 3 insectoid, but would not be able to heavily injure it. At the same time, Transcendent Esmond felt a slight numbness at the back of his neck. His expression froze. At the last moment of his life, Transcendent Esmond seemed to have seen a small white snake slithering in front of him. He only remembered the human-like disdain in the snake's eyes. Being bitten by a snake, pain was the best outcome. Numbness meant that it was highly toxic. Although Transcendent Esmond's body was heavily injured, it was still a Transcendent's body. Normally, unless it was a poison specially developed by the Federation to deal with insectoids, it was very difficult for natural poisons to hurt a Transcendent. However, Little White's poison was different. It was the only means of attack a Transcendent like Little White had. Other than the evolution path of acute perception, poison was the second ability to be affected. When David opened his eyes 2 seconds later, he saw Transcendent Esmond's eyes wide open with an expression of extreme fear. Transcendent Esmond's entire body had turned black. Even his skin was about to fester. David glanced at Little White. If he did not have a mental connection with Little White, this poisonous creature would be a huge threat to him. Little White swam to David's hand proudly and twisted its body to ask for praise from David. David praised Little White through his mental connection, causing it to twist even more happily. Chapter 362. After letting Little White return to the exoskeleton armor, David walked to the corpse of the Transcendent Esmond. The shadow attendant had already absorbed its soul. The Transcendent Esmond was only wearing a pair of shorts. When it came out of the genetic repair cabin, It had lost its spatial bracer, so it did not have any clothes to change into. Little White's poison was extremely terrifying. The festering of the transcendent Esmond's body became more and more serious. David did not wait for the transcendent Esmond's body to fester even more. He wrapped the body in a spacesuit and threw it out of the spaceship. Then he sat in the pilot's seat, opened the exoskeleton armor's faceplate, activated the spaceship's communicator, and sent a video call request to the Transcendent Kenny. The Transcendent Kenny appeared in the spaceship. He looked around and asked curiously, "David, where are you?" "The Transcendent Kenny. I'm in the spaceship of the Transcendent Esmond," David said with a smile. "The Transcendent Esmond?" The Transcendent Kenny was slightly taken aback. He immediately reacted and said angrily, "Did the Transcendent Esmond capture you? How dare he come to the Guardian Planet to capture a student of an academy? Let him talk to me." The top academies in every star field had the most special status. Although the academies did not have any authority, army, or unparalleled wealth, they had a wide network of connections and powerful transcendent forces. In the Interstellar Federation, the top academies were definitely at the top of the list of forces that were not to be trifled with. That was why the Transcendent Kenny dared to speak so confidently. As long as David was fine and he knew about this, the Transcendent Esmond would not dare to make things difficult for David. Otherwise, what awaited the Transcendent Esmond was the wrath of the Academy. No matter where the Transcendent Esmond went, there would be graduates from the First College of Iridia. Even if they offended a top academy, they would be treated with hostility by the Academy's alliance. The most famous incident was when a Transcendent killed a student from a top-notch academy. It would have been fine if the Transcendent had done it secretly, but when the Transcendent did it, he was seen and photographed. In order to avenge the student and protect the Academy's reputation, the top academy issued a kill order to the Transcendent. In the following decades, no matter where the Transcendent fled, he would be discovered by the Academy. The Academy specially formed a team of 3 Transcendent to hunt him down, and every time, the Transcendent would be severely injured. In the end, the Transcendent was still killed by the Academy. This incident caused a huge commotion, but because it was a battle between Transcendent students, even the Federation found it difficult to intervene. The influence of the top academy also caused the military and government to remain silent. After that incident, people discovered that the Transcendent could be betrayed anywhere in the Interstellar Federation. There was a high probability that the Transcendent's portal would be a graduate of that academy. This situation occurred everywhere. As long as the Transcendent came into contact with someone, his or her whereabouts would be exposed. From then on, people finally saw the true terror of a top-notch academy. It was said that after that incident, all the top academies formed an alliance in private. If anyone dared to provoke the academy, the other party would become the public enemy of all the top academies. Of course, it wasn't that the students of the academy couldn't be dealt with. As long as anyone had evidence, they could bring up accusations against the students to the academy. The academy would also treat it seriously. After the accusations were proven, the student would be expelled. The Transcendent Esmond is dead," David said embarrassedly when he saw the anger of the Transcendent Kenny. The Transcendent Kenny was stunned. His mind was in a mess. Since when did a Transcendent die so easily? The Transcendent Esmond was a consecration of the Badu Energy Company. Although he wasn't very strong in the Transcendent, he was an insurmountable mountain for Kaji. "Did you kill him?" The Transcendent Kenny calmed himself down and asked in a hoarse voice. "You can say so. He died after being bitten by Little White," David said with a shrug. The Transcendent Kenny knew that David's pet, the white snake, was called Little White. The Transcendent Esmond had actually died under Little White's poisonous fangs. "Where's the corpse?" The Transcendent Kenny asked again. The Transcendent's corpse had some special uses. Of course, this was something only the Transcendent knew. David brought up the image of the ground outside the spaceship. The corpse that had been thrown out earlier was now only a pile of black bones. The Transcendent Kenny sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a chill run down his spine. No matter what, he had to stay away from Little White in the future. When the Transcendent wasn't wearing armor, his body was still very strong, but his defense didn't increase by much. It wasn't impossible for him to be bitten by Little White if he wasn't careful. Based on the condition of the Transcendent Esmond's corpse, Little White's poison was very strong. It surpassed many of the poisons that the Federation had researched. Kenny remembered that Little White was also a Transcendent. Transcendent creatures had transcendent abilities, and this poison was one of them. I will report this to the Academy. Don't worry, the Academy will find out if this is related to Canningham. The Academy will also issue a warning to Bata Energy Company. The Transcendent Kenny said in a deep voice. Thank you, Transcendent Kenny, for your concern. Thank you for the Academy's support. There was another Transcendent who attacked me. That Transcendent's left arm was injured. I would like to ask the Academy to help me check if there are any other Transcendent's left arm nearby. David continued. This time, the Transcendent Kenny could no longer remain calm. Two Transcendent were targeting David. How did David survive? He even killed one and injured the other. However, the Transcendent Kenny didn't ask for the details. He knew that there must be something that couldn't be said. It was even possible that other Transcendent had interfered. Since David didn't explain in detail, he didn't need to ask. As long as David didn't violate the Academy's rules and didn't do anything that would endanger the Academy would support David. The principal of the Academy, the Transcendent Lek, obviously admired David. The Transcendent Kenny also got along well with David. They had fought together before, so David received even more support from the Academy. I'll investigate, but the Transcendent's arm is injured. It will recover in a short time, so I might not be able to find anything, the Transcendent Kenny said after some thought. The injury won't recover, at least not in a short time, David said with certainty. Just looking at the Transcendent's performance in the gene repair cabin, the gene repair fluid couldn't heal the petrified legs at all. It was obvious that petrified injuries weren't that easy to heal. Okay, you should return to the Academy immediately, the Transcendent Kenny replied. He didn't want David to stay outside any longer. The attack of the two Transcendent meant that there might be other people targeting David. At the very least, he couldn't let David go out until he found out the truth. Can I drive this spaceship back? David pointed at the spaceship and asked. I'll give you a hangar in the base. I'll also give you the corresponding authority. Come back quickly, the Transcendent Kenny said while shaking his head. David turned off the video call. He didn't know how long it would take to find the second Transcendent on his own. Now that he wasn't alone and had the Academy behind him, he naturally had to report this matter and ask for help from the Academy. He could be considered to have made a great contribution to the Academy. Now that he had made this request, it was also a test for the Academy. If the Academy was willing to help him, then he could rely on the Academy. He would also contribute more to the Academy. Just as David had guessed, the Academy was very supportive of him. David retracted the energy shield outside. He found that the operation of the spaceship was very simple. The spaceship's photon computer was connected to a smart core, but this smart core wasn't complete. This wasn't surprising. For such a small spaceship, even if it had two large krypton crystal engines, it wouldn't be able to power this smart core when the spaceship was operating normally. The smart core was usually used on a battleship. The smart core of this spaceship was probably a half-finished product. It had extreme computing power, but lacked the ability to make decisions. There were two ways to fly a spaceship. One was manually operated. The other was to input the target's location and then fly on autopilot. David used the manual method. He pulled the lever, and the two krypton crystal engines' power increased rapidly. Then, the spaceship suddenly accelerated and flew forward. David was shocked. This spaceship was too ferocious. He quickly used his mind power to control the direction of the spaceship. It traveled at a speed of a few hundred kilometers in less than a minute, and this was when David didn't activate the two krypton crystal engines at full speed. Along the way, there were insectoids who wanted to attack him. It was just that the spaceship was too fast. Before the insectoids could even react, the spaceship had already disappeared. David finally understood why a spaceship without any combat ability would appear on the Guardian planet. In fact, the real way to use the spaceship was to input the target's location and then leave everything to autopilot. The smart core and the powerful photon processor would work together to handle the mission. When they arrived at the safe zone, David showed Kenny the Transcendent's permission, and the spaceship was allowed to enter the safe zone. When David drove the spaceship into the hangar of the base, many students saw this scene. One of the students had a pale face and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He was a student sponsored by Bato Energy. Most of his family members worked in Bato Energy. He had seen the spaceship before. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew very well that the Esmond Transcendent who was piloting the spaceship was not allowed to enter the school. He knew that Canning had lost his position as the president of the student council. When the Esmond Transcendent spaceship entered the hangar, he couldn't help but think of something else. In order to confirm his guess, the student ran towards the base. He quickly arrived at the hangar and saw David in his exoskeleton armor walking out of the hangar. "I must report this to the company." The student turned around and left as he thought to himself. David looked at the strange student. He didn't care that someone knew about the Esmond Transcendent because he had already reported this to the school. The Bato Energy's matter would be left to the school to handle. Now, he finally had a spaceship that could carry more insectoid corpses. The spaceship had a very good camouflage ability and was very suitable for him to transport insectoid corpses back and forth in a short period of time. However, although he had the spaceship, he had lost the stone skin worm, which was a steady source of loot. If he hadn't gotten the jade stone, David would have reported the stone skin worm to the school. However, he had a feeling that the jade stone was very important. Just as David was about to return to his dorm to organize his loot, he received a message from the Kenny Transcendent. "David, come to the command center on the first floor." David immediately turned around and walked toward the command center on the first floor. The command center was a large meeting room in the base. It was also where the base gathered information. When David entered the command center, he saw the Kenny Transcendent talking to someone. When he saw David enter, he waved at David. "David, this is Brennan from our intelligence department. He has already found the information you wanted." The Kenny Transcendent introduced to David. "Hello, Intelligence Officer Brennan." David nodded at Intelligence Officer Brennan. "Master David, it's an honor to meet you." Brennan was very friendly toward David. Perhaps because he was in the intelligence department, he knew David better than anyone else. "Have you found out about the Transcendent whose left arm was injured?" David asked directly. "Yes. Not long ago, an external Transcendent from Cater Academy returned injured. His left arm was injured," Brennan replied. David didn't know why the intelligence department would immediately know about what happened at Cater Academy. However, this was a secret of the Academy, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Do you have information on this Transcendent?" David continued to ask. "Transcendent Archie, a Transcendent sent by the Tordo Fund to Cater Academy. He usually assists the Academy in defending against the insectoids. His main mission is to protect the Tordo Fund's first-in-line successor, Student Horace. Also, this Student Horace didn't return with the Transcendent Archie." Brennan was prepared for this and answered without hesitation. David immediately understood that the axe-wielding Kaji, who was known as Number 3, was the Tordo Fund's first-in-line successor, Horace. Even the Tordo Fund probably didn't expect that the Transcendent they sent to protect Horace was actually Horace's killer. David was considering whether or not he should release the recorded video. As long as the video was released, this Transcendent Archie would become estranged from the Tordo Fund. It might even lead to a falling out. However, after thinking about it, David decided not to release it. At least until now, the Transcendent Archie still didn't know that he was the one who ambushed them. If he released the video, he would be telling the truth to the Transcendent Archie. In particular, the Transcendent Archie had sacrificed an arm for this. David didn't want the Transcendent Archie to take the initiative to find trouble with him. "Thank you. Please keep this a secret, Brennan. Don't let anyone else know that I'm looking for information," David requested of Brennan. "Don't worry. No one else will know about this," Brennan guaranteed with certainty. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he thought of many possibilities. Chapter 363. David did not care about what Brennan was thinking. He thanked the transcendent Kenny and returned to his dorm. He took off the exoskeleton armor and handed it over to the AI butler to clean up. He then took out the dimensional bracer that he had obtained from the transcendent Esmond. It was the third-dimensional bracer that he had obtained. Every time he opened a dimensional bracer, it was like a lucky draw for him. He summoned the shadow attendant and entered the body of the shadow attendant. He opened the dimensional bracer through the shadow attendant's mind and saw what was inside. There were not many items in the 2 cubic meters of space. It seemed like the transcendent Esmond had come to the Guardian planet. David saw a lot of food, and it was understandable. David had the same thought as the transcendent Esmond. The environment on the Guardian planet did not produce natural food. It was completely dependent on transportation, so it was difficult to purchase food. Moreover, the transcendent Esmond was here for a secret mission, so it was not easy to contact the other academies. The transcendent Esmond would not expose itself if it wanted to get rid of David. David skimmed through the food and saw a transcendent armor and a grade 3 longsword. He took out the transcendent armor. The transcendent armor was not damaged. A transcendent armor made of grade 3 materials would not be damaged so easily. The Stoneskin Worm King's strongest attack was a gray gas that could petrify. The gray gas did not affect the equipment, but the body. David smiled helplessly. He had not become a transcendent yet, but he already had 2 perfect transcendent armor and 1 damaged one. He put the transcendent armor back into the dimensional bracer and took out the grade 3 longsword. It was the second grade 3 longsword that he had obtained. However, as David's current enemies were all extremely powerful, he would always choose the strongest heavy axe as his weapon of choice. Compared to his half-step perfect heavy axe mastery, his longsword mastery was only at 67% perfection. He stored the level 3 longsword together with the previous one. It was better to reveal as little of his level 3 equipment as possible. David took out a data storage chip from the spatial bracer. This was the last item in the spatial bracer that was worth paying attention to. As for the remaining unregistered credit storage cards, there were over 200 million credits in total. However, these credits did not interest him in the slightest. After connecting the data storage chip to the identity bracelet, a set of data was transferred into the identity bracelet. What disappointed David was that these were not records of Esmond's transcendent diary. Instead, they were information about David himself, with orders from CEO Kit's of Beta Energy. This order, which had CEO Kit's electronic signature, required the transcendent Esmond to kill David as soon as he arrived on the Guardian planet. Then, he would represent Beta Energy to negotiate with the Academy. David looked at this order and considered whether or not he should send this order to the Transcendent Kenny. However, this should be an item from the Transcendent Esmond's spatial bracer. There was no way to explain how he took it out. Most importantly, whether or not the Academy would touch the CEO of a huge energy company because of this order was something that David could not be sure about. He only knew that if he handed it over, he would not be able to do it himself. CEO Kitts was just a normal person. He was not Kaji, nor was he a transcendent. In David's opinion, killing him would be a piece of cake. After putting the data storage chip back into the spatial bracer, David placed the spatial bracer in the storage box at the waist of the exoskeleton armor. Leaving it there would not affect the shadow attendant's ability to take items out of the spatial bracer. There was nothing in the Esmond Transcendent's spatial bracer that made David's eyes light up. In fact, a transcendent like the Esmond Transcendent, who had a large company support, had a fixed residence. There would not be too many things in the spatial bracer. Only emergency items would be kept in there. David pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and felt strands of soul energy enter his body and enter his soul. Unfortunately, even if he absorbed the soul of a transcendent, he could not feel the impact of the surging soul energy. After absorbing the soul energy, David's will increased by 0.01 on the attribute panel, reaching 7. 03. David sighed and focused his attention on the ball of knowledge in the shadow attendant's body. With a thought, the shadow attendant automatically pulled out the ball of knowledge from the Esmond transcendent soul. It was a green ball of knowledge, indicating that the Esmond transcendent had mastered a master-level ability. Spirit forging metal body art. David did not expect the strongest master-level ability of the Esmond transcendent to be a body art. It was a body art that Kaji had practiced when he was still a Kaji. David opened the Shadow Intelligence System on his identity bracer and searched for Spirit Forging Metal Body Art. Soon, the results came back. This was a top-level body art. It used the mind to forge the body and increase the user's strength and constitution. The Spirit Forging Metal Body art was very difficult to get started with. Of course, from the high level onward, every body art needed the support of talent. However, the Spirit Forging Metal Body art required talent of the mind. The reason Esmond was able to become a transcendent was because of the Spirit Forging Metal Body technique. That was probably the extent of his talent. After becoming a transcendent, he didn't have any other skills that could help him reach the level of a master. David transferred the Spirit Forging Metal Body art, 26% max, knowledge ball into his body. He could not wait to get the Spirit Forging Metal Body art. He had practiced high-level body arts before, so he knew that high-level body arts could increase his strength and constitution, let alone a top-level body art. David also had a chance to get a top-level body art, but he exchanged it for 5,000 points. Otherwise, he would have been able to practice the first college of Iridia's perfect body fusion art. Of course, there was a reason why he did not choose the perfect body fusion art. Without the corresponding knowledge ball, he would not be able to train as fast as the high-level Kaji body art. This time, the Spirit Forging Metal Body art, 26% max, knowledge ball was very easy. David entered a body and practiced the Spirit Forging Metal Body art. During this process, every detail of the Spirit Forging Metal Body technique, every bit of understanding was reflected in David's mind. After practicing the Spirit Forging Metal Body art 10 times, David had completely grasped this top-tier body art. Then, he exited the illusions. David did not immediately start practicing the Spirit Forging Metal Body art. Instead, he looked at the Spirit Forging Metal Body art, 26% max, on his status panel and smiled. Just when he thought that this was the greatest reward of this adventure, he casually flipped through the knowledge orbs given to him by the souls of the 6 dead soldiers. The 6 white knowledge orbs made him almost unable to believe his eyes. Strength increase, talent. Strength overlap, talent. Constitution boost, talent. Attack speed, talent. Speed boost, talent. Speed boost, talent. 6 talent knowledge light balls. This surprised David, who had never seen talent knowledge light balls before. On second thought, of the 3 academies here, those who could enter the base were all soldiers with sufficient strength. Every one of them could be considered a genius, and among them, the top geniuses were almost all talented soldiers. Although the number of talented Kaji body arts was small, it was not considered rare in a population of 100 billion. Kaji body arts were also very talented in cultivation, so there were fewer of them. However, every year, there would be a batch of talented Kaji body arts in the 3 academies. To be able to catch the eye of Canning, there would not be a single weakling. Every single one of them was a valiant soldier. This was why the 6 Kaji body arts were so confident in killing David. Kaji body arts were also very talented in cultivation. The 6 Kaji body arts were very confident in their own strength. With the 6 Kaji body arts working together, their confidence was off the charts. Suppressing the shock in his heart, David focused his attention on the strength amplification talent ball of knowledge. This talent was similar to his strength oscillation talent, but it was different. Strength oscillation talent was a special effect of strength, while strength amplification talent directly increased strength. This strength amplification talent ball of knowledge had a 30% increase in strength. Don't underestimate this 30%. In a battle between 2 peak-level Kaji body arts, a 30% increase in strength could definitely crush a Kaji body arts of the same level. The strength overlap talent and strength oscillation talent were both special effects of strength. This talent could split the strength of an attack into two, each with its original strength. Think about it. In a battle between two armored warriors, one would slash, while the other would block. This was the most ordinary battle, but in this slash, if the warrior used the stacking of strength, innate talent, then after the warrior blocked the first strike, the second strike of the same power would have a very high chance of breaking through the opponent's block. Vitality enhancement talent, when activated, could increase vitality by 50%. This was probably the talent of the Big Shield Kaji body arts. No wonder he could block the attack of the level 3 Stoneskin Worm King by himself. The last 3 speed talents, attack speed talent, increased attack speed by 40%, and the 2 speed amplification talent, balls of knowledge, increased speed by 30% and 35% respectively. After seeing so many innate knowledge light balls, David understood that the same kind of innate knowledge could have different effects. At the same time, he didn't dare to underestimate anyone. Unless he used his sniper master ability, if he encountered this Kaji body arts in close combat, there was a high chance that he would be at a disadvantage. This was under the condition that David had the level 3 defense exoskeleton armor. Without the exoskeleton armor, if David rashly fought with his Kaji body arts, there was a high chance that he would be heavily injured or killed. Looking at the 6 talent balls of knowledge, David decided that he wouldn't leave the base until he absorbed all of them. Before resting, David sent the mission of purchasing Bata Energy and the Tordo Fund to the Shadow Intelligence System. Although the Academy had intervened for Bata Energy, with that order, David could accept the mediation, but CEO Kitts couldn't live. Although the Tordo Fund hadn't dealt with him yet, no one could say for sure. After all, the first successor of the Tordo Fund, Horace, had died after participating in the attack on David. Logically speaking, the Tordo Fund shouldn't blame David, but no one could say for sure what the higher-ups were thinking. David was prepared in advance. If such a situation occurred, he was prepared to take revenge with a thunderous strike. In Penang, the second largest city on Lunka Planet, a garden-style building was the headquarters of Bata Energy. Right now, CEO Kitts was looking at an official letter in front of him. This official letter came from the First College of Iridia and had the school's official seal on it. Bata Energy, your company's Transcendent Esmond participated in the attack on a student of the First College of Iridia and has been killed. The First College of Iridia expresses extreme indignation at your company's actions. Please immediately stop provoking the First College of Iridia. This was an official letter that was not strictly worded, but it was full of warning. President Kitts was most concerned about the death of Transcendent Esmond. Even with Batu Energy's wealth and influence, they could only invite 2 Transcendent-level consecrators. With these 2 Transcendent-level consecrators, Bata Energy had the confidence to face the outside world and also allowed Bata Energy to guard this wealth. A Transcendent Consecrator was not that easy to hire. Not to mention that most Transcendent Consecrators did not want to be restricted too much. Loyalty alone was a big problem. For these 2 Transcendent-level Consecrators, Bata Energy had invested a lot of resources. Every year, Bata Energy would invest a lot of money to support the Genius Kaji. In the past 100 years, Bata Energy had invested a lot of money, but only 4 Transcendent-level Consecrators had appeared. Only 2 of them were willing to become Bata Energy's Consecrators. The other 2 would only act when Bata Energy was in big trouble. Therefore, the death of Transcendent Esmond was a huge blow to Bata Energy. President Kitts was regretting sending Transcendent Esmond to the Guardian Planet. He looked at the official letter in front of him and tapped his fingers on the table. At this time, a message popped up. He opened it and saw that it was a report from a student who had invested in the First College of Iridia base. It had been sent to him by the company's intelligence department. David, President Kitts muttered with a gloomy expression after he saw the content. He knew very well who David was. He also knew that one of the missions of Transcendent Esmond was to kill David. David was piloting Transcendent Esmond's spaceship. There were too many things that could be guessed. At the very least, David was definitely involved in the death of Transcendent Esmond. Chapter 364. Transcendent Archie was also shocked by the news of Transcendent Esmond's death. He was currently in the Cater Academy base. As soon as he returned to the Cater Academy base, Transcendent Archie went to the base's infirmary. After going through the gene therapy cabin, the infirmary's doctor, and even consulting the medical experts of the Cater Star sector through the interstellar communicator, they were unable to come up with a treatment plan for Archie Transcendent's left arm. Of course, the conclusion was that this was a transcendent-level special injury. Unless they found a transcendent item that could counter this special injury, ordinary treatment methods would not be able to work. This greatly disappointed Transcendent Archie. He was worried about his injury and was thinking about how to explain it to the Tordo Fund. At that moment, he heard the confirmation of Transcendent Esmond's death. He remembered very clearly that Transcendent Esmond had escaped first. Although he was seriously injured, that kind of injury was not enough to cause death. Transcendent's life force was not that weak. Under the effect of Transcendent's power, fatal injuries could be slowly healed even without treatment. The only possibility was that someone had killed Transcendent Esmond. Transcendent Archie immediately thought of David, whom they wanted to deal with. From the beginning of the ambush, everything seemed to be controlled by a large hand. A team of 2 Transcendent and 6 Pinnacle Kaji had actually been surrounded by a swarm of stone-skin worms. This was very difficult to explain. If the stone-skin worms had discovered them first, could it be that their senses were stronger than the 2 Transcendents? After escaping, Transcendent Archie had been thinking about this matter. He came to the conclusion that someone had used the stone-skin worms to attack them. Transcendent Archie could only think of David to be able to discover them at that time and have the motive to attack. As for how they had been discovered, Transcendent Archie attributed it to the ability of a sniper master. Sniper masters had always been the most mysterious of all professions. Sniper masters had the ability to avoid transcendent senses. They could even hide from more sensitive high-level insectoids. As a sniper master, it was not difficult to explain why David had discovered their ambush first. Although many things were not easy to understand, Transcendent Archie was certain that it was David, so he was prepared to push Horus's death to David as well. Transcendent Archie sent the information that had been modified many times to the Tordo Fund through interstellar communicator. During the 2 days David was at the Academy base, the Academy told him that they had sent an official letter to Bada Energy to warn the other party. Due to the death of Transcendent Esmond, the Transcendent Archie Academy felt that it was a huge blow to Bada Energy, so there was no need to investigate further. However, David had received a few important pieces of information from his own intelligence system, the Shadow Intelligence System. Another Transcendent from Bada Energy had left the company and his whereabouts were unknown. There was also a Transcendent from the Tordo Fund that had left in the past 2 days. Originally, it wasn't anything special for a faction's extraordinary consecrator to move. However, it was too much of a coincidence for the extraordinary consecrators of 2 major factions to leave their respective headquarters at this time. David did not report this to the Transcendent Academy. Instead, he was thinking about what to do next. He did not think that he could really go against the Transcendent. No matter how weak the Transcendent was, it was not something he could face right now, especially since David had lost the initiative to attack. Without knowing who the enemy was and where they were, his sniper master ability could not be used at all. On the 23rd of September, David returned to the First College of Iridia on planet Lunka through the portal without telling anyone. Looking at the familiar college, David smiled. This was not his decision. The 2 Transcendent were in the dark, so he returned to planet Lunka directly. There was the powerful Fox Transcendent and many Transcendent from the Transcendent Academy here. If they wanted to deal with him here, they would have to consider whether it was worth it. Of course, David also had important matters to attend to this time. He did not return to his mansion number 100. Instead, he went directly to the library. After verifying his identity, David obtained a special reading room in the library. It cost 1 point to use it for 10 days. To David, it was not expensive. The special reading room was quieter, and at the same time, he could access more information. This 1 point only viewing room was like a certificate that allowed the borrower to view the information that required points to view. David looked up information about the jade-like stone and checked it one by one. For 2 consecutive days, other than cultivating, he stayed in the library. Even in the Transcendent Academy, no one knew that he had returned. Finally, 2 days later, after spending 12 points, he was able to read the relevant information in a thesis written by a transcendent from 1,000 years ago. The paper called the jade-like stone in David's space item the pregnant crystal stone. It was a transcendent item. Its biggest function was to increase the production of kryptonite. This effect made the pregnant crystal stone a priceless treasure. According to its size, the pregnant crystal stone could affect an area as small as 100 meters to as large as 10 kilometers. The Transcendence paper described the appearance of the pregnant crystal stone years ago. At that time, a pregnant crystal stone the size of a human head appeared on planet Battlestar. For this pregnant crystal stone, the Interstellar Federation and many organizations in the great world of God started a crazy competition. Even the insectoids joined in after sensing the pregnant crystal stone. In the end, the pregnant crystal stone was taken away by the strongest of the great world of God. Only then did the competition end. The reason why David could be sure that the pregnant crystal stone was the jade-like stone he obtained was because there was a video in the paper. It was a video of the pregnant crystal stone at that time. After seeing the effects of the pregnant crystal stone, David immediately decided to keep the pregnant crystal stone a secret. If he took out the pregnant crystal stone, it would not bring him wealth. Instead, it would bring him disaster. At least with his current strength, he would not be able to protect such a treasure. Back in the day, a pregnant crystal stone the size of a human head had caused such a huge conflict. His pregnant crystal stone was the size of a human head. He suspected that if he exposed the existence of the pregnant crystal stone one day, there would be dozens of transcendent trying to snatch it away. The biggest use of the pregnant crystal stone was not for an individual. It was for the promotion of an organization. If a pregnant crystal stone was placed in a high-grade krypton mine, then the mine would be able to produce a steady stream of high-quality krypton. As long as the pregnant crystal stone existed, the krypton mine would never disappear. This was a huge amount of wealth that no organization could underestimate. The importance of the krypton mine could even increase the organization's voice in the Federation. Student David, there are 4 challengers waiting in line for the villa number 100 you are using. Since you have returned to the Academy, the challenge will start tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the Academy's AI system sent a message to David, which woke him up from his thoughts. David could not help but feel strange. He was very famous on the Guardian planet. How could the Academy not know about him and still dare to challenge him? If it were not for the challengers, he would have forgotten that he would accept challenges at the end of every month. David put the matter of the pregnant crystal stone aside. He was not going to tell anyone about it until he had his own krypton mine. He even believed that the pregnant crystal stone could do more than that. Just by looking at the mutation of the stone skin worms, he could guess that it was one of the effects of the pregnant crystal stone. When he returned to the villa, he opened the challenge list and looked at the time. He could not help but smile. These were the records of the first few days of the Academy. On the morning of the 26th, David woke up at 6 o'clock. After eating a portion of level 3 strengthened meat, he began to practice the spirit forging metal body art. After a few days of practicing the spirit forging metal body art, David's strength and constitution increased at a rapid rate again. The spirit forging metal body art was more suitable for David than the advanced Kaji body art. This was because the spirit forging metal body art required the use of one's mind. The stronger the mind, the better the effect. Every time David practiced the spirit forging metal body art, he could increase his strength by 20 kilograms. Even today's practice was stable at that number. This meant that the spirit-forging metal body art would not weaken with repeated practice. In about 10 days, David would be able to become a peak Kaji body art. This was many days earlier than he had expected. Of course, this had a lot to do with the level 3 strengthened meat. This kind of top-grade resource, coupled with a top-grade body art, was extremely effective. The spirit-forging metal body art was different from other body arts. It didn't require the body to move, and it wasn't divided into many styles. It was a static practice. David stood in the middle of the practice room, his mind constantly hammering his muscles, bones, and organs. This kind of mental hammer could disregard space and forge every part of the body. How to achieve the best results and reduce the chances of injury required a lot of experience. Beginners either had unstable minds, or the effects were too light and did not produce the desired results, or the effects were too strong and damaged the body. David directly skipped the beginner, skilled, and master stages and entered the perfect stage. Only then would he be able to achieve such results. The spirit-forging metal body art didn't lose its effect when David became a peak Kaji body art. A peak Kaji body art was still a long way from reaching the requirements to become a transcendent. The spirit-forging metal body art will be the best way for David to improve himself for a long time to come. After an hour of practice, David stretched his body. His bones emitted a dense sound. David waved his hand to summon the shadow attendant and looked at his status panel. Name, David Kerr Strength, 491 Dexterity, 446 1 Constitution, 491 Mind, 7 03 1 Literature, 91% perfect. Mathematics, 86% perfect. General, 84% perfect. Spirit-forging metal body art, 26% perfect. Electronic countermeasures, 50% perfect. Warhammer mastery, 97% perfect. Sniping, 10% proficiency. Shield mastery, 49% perfect. Heavy axe mastery, 100% perfect. Longsword mastery, 67% perfect. Spear mastery, 98% perfect. Mind pierce, 10% proficiency. Mind sleep, 99% proficiency. Flexible body art, 65% proficiency. Spaceship piloting, 77% perfect. Mechanical maintenance, 87% perfect. Spaceship maintenance, 65% perfect. Empty-handed combat, 66% perfect. Steel, 80% perfect. Divine language, 99% proficiency. Negotiator, 12% perfect. Singing, 88% perfect. Finance, 96% perfect. Power shock, talent. Power increase, talent. Power overlap, talent. Constitution enhancement, talent. Extreme speed, talent. High-frequency sound wave, talent. David's current attributes were very impressive, especially his talents. Anyone who saw his talents would be shocked. His strength talent alone had 3 effects. It was a pity that the 3 speed talents were overshadowed by the extreme speed talent after fusion. It seemed that the same weak talent would be replaced by a stronger one. His strength and constitution were about 5 points away from Kaji's limit. In fact, he could be called a peak Kaji now. David had been fighting nonstop on the Guardian planet and had stayed in the library as soon as he came back. After the morning training, he could finally relax. He drank fruit juice and enjoyed the warmth of the Saint Star in the villa's sunlight room. At 9 o'clock in the morning, David opened the villa door and went to the entrance. There were no challengers at the entrance. In fact, even the challengers had forgotten about the challenge because no one wanted to challenge David. David's reputation on the Guardian planet was too big. Being able to fight a level 3 insectoid with the Transcendent in the Guardian planet's Academy base had long exceeded Kaji's expectations. No one dared to challenge him. He waited until 10 o'clock in boredom before he received a notification from the Academy's AI system. 4 challengers did not come to challenge. They are disqualified. David felt that it was a waste of his time. He went back to the villa and put on his custom-made exoskeleton armor. He put on the badge of the police consultant on the exoskeleton armor and flew back to Lunka without asking for leave. Every student who went to the Guardian Planet Academy base could have a 10-day holiday when they returned to the Academy. This was a rule set by the Academy to ease the pressure of the students on the battlefield. David also had a 10-day holiday. This was automatically determined by the Academy's AI system, so he could leave the Academy easily. As for the badge of the police consultant, it was because without it, he would not be able to appear near the city in his exoskeleton armor. David landed on the villa's platform and saw Celie and Alva, his two subordinates. The two weapon masters were waiting for him respectfully. David nodded at them and walked into the villa's living room. The two weapon masters followed him. "How's the arrangement?" David asked in a deep voice. "You can legally enter the headquarters of Bado Energy tomorrow. You've been arranged as a major shareholder of a company that's negotiating a contract with Bado Energy. We've already bought that company. There's no problem with the law," Master Alva said as he handed a document to David. Chapter 365. The high-end business hover car stopped at the entrance of Bada Energy Company. The first to get off were the security guards who were guarding the hover car. They looked around vigilantly as soon as they got off. Emmanuel got off a hover car that was following the high-end business hover car. He trotted to the side of the high-end business hover car and carefully opened the door. 2 days ago, the company that Emmanuel was in suddenly changed owners. This time, the company changed owners very quickly. When the company's internal staff heard about it, the company had already completed the process of changing owners. As the company's sales director, Emmanuel was worried that the company's negotiations with Bada Energy Company would be affected. Unexpectedly, the negotiations with Bada Energy Company this time were noticed by the company's new owner, who specifically proposed to participate in this negotiation. The door opened, and David came out of the high-end business hover car in a rare luxury suit. His movements were elegant, and his temperament was that of a superior. He smiled and nodded to Emmanuel, expressing his gratitude to Emmanuel. With his own intelligence organization, it was easy to find the company that was negotiating a contract with Bada Energy Company. The acquisition work became easy in the face of a huge amount of funds. In these ordinary matters, the role of credits was still very important. Bado Energy Company also attached great importance to this meeting and sent an executive of Balfour to greet him at the door. Manager Emmanuel, welcome. Balfour took the initiative to step forward and greeted Emmanuel. He then looked at David and asked with a puzzled expression, "This is Mr. Balfour. This is our company's president, David. He will be watching our negotiation this time." Emmanuel introduced with a smile. "President David, welcome." Balfour's eyes moved and said with a smile, "I'm just here to take a look. The negotiation is still up to Emmanuel," David said with a smile and a nod. Before being welcomed into the headquarters of Bada Energy Company by Balfour's executive, David looked at the luxuriously decorated door with a playful smile on his face. On the 16th floor of the main building was the conference room where the negotiations were held. The reason why the Kerr Intelligence Organization wanted to acquire the company was that the negotiation involved 200 million credits. Therefore, the negotiation location was set in the most important conference room of the main building of the Bado Energy Company. The conference room on the 16th floor was the most important because the main building only had 18 floors, and the 18th floor was the floor where President Kit's office was located. The 17th floor was where the president's secretaries and bodyguards were located. This was also why David had chosen to acquire this company. The location of the negotiations was as close to President Kit's as possible. Assassinating President Kit's was relatively easy. With David's ability, he could just set up a sniper rifle and kill him from several kilometers away. However, this was the Lunka planet, not the Guardian planet. The Skynet here was very strict in monitoring the city's interior, especially the headquarters of such a large company. Skynet paid special attention to them. If he tried to kill the president by force, then the result was likely to be David's own death, and he would become a murderer. This was not what David wanted. After exiting the elevator on the 16th floor, David was led by Balfour's executive to the conference room. During this process, the shadow attendant had already flown into the 18th floor, which was 2 floors away. The 18th floor was a huge office. President Kitts seemed to like to occupy a huge office all by himself, so there were no walls on the 18th floor. It was completely a huge office. After the shadow attendant entered, he saw President Kitts sitting behind a large desk, looking at some information. The shadow attendant's position was about 300 meters away from President Kitts. He was no threat to President Kitts at all. After David walked into the conference room, the shadow attendant on the second floor approached President Kitts within 100 meters. Even at this distance, he was still unable to get close to President Kitts. David looked around the conference room. If he wanted the shadow attendant to get close to President Kitts, who was on the second floor, he would need to enter the small internal lounge next to the conference room. On the 18th floor, there were 4 female secretaries handling business at their desks. 3 security guards in black uniforms were standing in 3 different positions on the floor. The 3 positions formed a triangle. The 3 security guards were equipped with laser handguns at their waists. Aside from Kaji, who was wearing exoskeleton armor, this weapon was the strongest weapon a normal person could wield. The 3 professional security guards were armed with laser handguns. If anyone entered without careful consideration, they would be shot dead immediately. When the shadow attendant inspected the 17th floor, he found 6 Kaji in an office with exoskeleton armors next to them, ready to move at a moment's notice. It could be said that President Kitts' security was very tight. This was even after the other transcendent from Bado Energy had left. If that transcendent had been there, David wouldn't have dared approach the building at all. President Kitts raised his hand and pressed a button on the pager. A female secretary stood up and walked over to the water dispenser. She began to brew coffee for President Kitts. This was probably for security reasons. The water dispenser was under the supervision of at least 2 security guards. In theory, there shouldn't be any problems. The negotiations in the conference room on the 16th floor had already begun. After listening for a while, David seemed to lose interest. He stood up and walked to the side to look at the paintings on the walls of the conference room. His actions didn't cause any dissatisfaction on either side of the negotiations. In fact, his presence made the atmosphere of the negotiations more serious. After he walked to the side, the negotiations actually sped up. David was standing right below the water dispenser. The shadow attendant walked to the water dispenser and stood in front of the female secretary. After a while, the female secretary carried the coffee to President Kitts' desk. She carefully placed the coffee down and returned to work. President Kitts seemed to have forgotten about the coffee. He was focused on his work. The negotiations in the conference room were about to end. This made David a little anxious. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. If this wasn't Penang, the second largest city on Lunka, he would have many ways to sneak in from the sky and assassinate President Kitts. If he didn't succeed this time, it would be difficult to find another opportunity in the future. This was because David was taking advantage of the fact that the Transcendent wasn't here. Thinking of this, David didn't hesitate any longer. The bewitching pattern on his soul fortress flew out. Under the guidance of the shadow attendant, it flew past the 17th floor and then to the 18th floor. The shadow attendant guided the bewitching pattern and threw it at the nearest security guard. The reason he threw it was because the guard was about 20 meters away from the shadow attendant. Fortunately, the guard didn't move at all. The bewitching pattern accurately flew into the guard's body. On the 16th floor, David was looking at the painting. He narrowed his eyes. He sensed a puppet under his control. Under normal circumstances, if the puppet wasn't in his line of sight, he wouldn't be able to control it. However, the shadow attendant had replaced his eyes. This allowed him to control the puppet. The guard's face was as still as an ancient well. Inside his soul, a giant, bewitching pattern covered his entire soul space. The guard's hand moved slightly. This was David familiarizing himself with this body. David discovered that this body had been trained for a long time. It was a very professional gunman. This made it even easier for David to carry out his mission. In a huge, quiet office, everyone had their own work. Suddenly, the guard quickly pulled out his laser handgun and shot at 2 other guards. With David's sniper skills, even with a laser handgun, he could hit 100% of the time. The guard turned his head and aimed his laser handgun at President Kitts. When he saw President Kitts, David, who was controlling the guard, felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't see any fear on President Kitts' face. But now, he had no choice but to fire. David controlled the guard to fire the laser handgun. The laser beam flew towards President Kitts. But just as the laser beam flew towards President Kitts' desk, an energy shield appeared and blocked the laser beam from the handgun. "I've treated you well. Why do you want to kill me?" President Kitts stood up and asked loudly. Actually, he had too many questions in his mind. As his personal bodyguards, every one of them had gone through a strict selection process, especially this guard who wanted to kill him. He was a gunman he had trained since he was a child. It was hard to imagine that a guard like that would betray him. The 4 female secretaries' faces had turned pale. They hid under their desks, trembling as they pressed the SOS button. The 6 Kaji on the 17th floor received the alarm. Without any hesitation, they put on their armor. At the same time, the other 10 gunmen rushed out of their rooms, laser guns in hand. They rushed up 1 floor. On the 16th floor, David couldn't help but shake his head. Did he really have to take the last step? At this distance, even though there were 2 floors between them, if David used a high-frequency sonic attack, he would be within 100 meters of President Kitts. He could attack directly. But to use a high-frequency sonic attack, David had to open his mouth wide. Even though high-frequency sonic attacks couldn't be heard by humans, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. Of course, they could see him opening his mouth. If he really attacked like that, it would be direct evidence that he had killed someone. Today's negotiations will end here. Something has happened to our company, so we won't keep you any longer. I'm really sorry. Balfour's face changed when he received a message. He stood up and said, "This message was very shocking. The negotiations have been going on for so long, and now they were about to reach a conclusion, but they were stopped. But since their master had said something like that, they couldn't stay." In the conference room, the 2 sides began to pack up. The hesitation on David's face deepened. Check to see if any outsiders entered the building today. President Kitts ordered the head of security standing in front of him. He didn't trust his own security. The energy shield in front of him didn't go down, and he only let the security guard stand outside. President Kitts decided that after this incident, all the security guards would be re-examined. He didn't feel safe about them at all. "President, there's a negotiation on the 16th floor. This is the only outsider who entered today." The head of security didn't even check the information and immediately reported. The head of security looked hatefully at the traitorous security guard who had been shot dead by the gunman. This guard's betrayal brought a huge crisis to the security team. He really wanted to explain to President Kitts, but the look on President Kitts's face made him give up on the idea. President Kitts heard the head of security's report and casually turned on the video on the table. The video showed the scene in the conference room. His gaze swept over all the unfamiliar negotiators. Just as he was about to have someone investigate them, he saw a familiar face. This was someone who shouldn't have appeared there. This was a face he had only seen in the files before. David seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look at the camera and smiled at it. This smile made David reveal his sinister teeth. This made President Kitts think of the information he had on David. It was hard to imagine that such a young student had indirectly and directly killed tens of thousands of people. David's smile, in particular, made President Kitts feel danger and fear. His throat tightened, and he hurriedly picked up the coffee in front of him and took 2 large gulps. "Come." President Kitts put down the coffee cup and was about to order his subordinates to capture David. But President Kitts stopped halfway through his words. He felt his entire body lose all strength. It was like a giant fireball was burning inside him, and his organs were melting. "President, what's wrong?" The head of security cried out in shock. He really wanted to go up and help President Kitts, but the energy shield stopped him. "Quick, break open the energy shield. Something's happened to the president," the head of security said to the 6 Kaji. The head of security didn't need to say anything. The 6 Kaji had already seen that something was wrong with President Kitts. They each took out their weapons and began to break open the energy shield. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw President Kit's suicidal actions. This made him, the culprit, feel somewhat incredulous. President Kitts had voluntarily drunk the poison coffee at a time like this. Just now, after President Kitts had asked his secretary to make coffee, the coffee, which was the least likely to be poisoned, was the easiest thing for the shadow attendant to do. Ever since he knew how terrifying Little White's poison was, David had collected some of Little White's poison as a backup. Just now, when the secretary had made coffee, the shadow attendant had added a bit of Little White's poison into the coffee. During the entire process, the security hadn't noticed. Even the secretary, who was close by, hadn't noticed anything wrong. Even the transcendent couldn't underestimate Little White's poison, much less an ordinary person like President Kitts. A drop of Little White's poison had killed President Kitts in just 3 seconds. Unfortunately, his soul was too far away from the shadow attendant, and he couldn't absorb it. After the 6 Kaji smashed open the energy shield, a Kaji with medical equipment went up to take a look. He quickly shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Within President Kit's body, his organs had almost been completely melted by that drop of Little White's poison. Even the genetic repair cabin couldn't save him. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.